It is 6 p.m. on Monday, April 13th. This is a City Commission special meeting workshop. We are meeting to interview applicants for a vacant seat on the City Commission. We have now 7 applicants. One withdrew today. That would be Beth Correa. So you can cross her name off our list. If you figure we have 50 minutes to take care of most of the business with 10 minutes of some discussion perhaps and some time for public comment, that would give each applicant about 7 minutes combined between a 3-minute introduction to us and 4 minutes or so for us to question them. After they speak, we can take public comment, and then I think that we should create a short list. This is what we did the last time around. No parameters other than that. I think that we can all talk, and it will probably hopefully it'll be clear that we have 2 or 3 candidates that we think have risen to the top, whom we will ask to stick around through a very long meeting, a long and sometimes a boring meeting, because the point at which we will actually take action on this is toward the end of our agenda. And we do have a very long agenda, and so let's get started. Am I missing anything? Roll call, please.
Mayor Ballard?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Long?
Here.
Commissioner Haig?
Here.
Commissioner Host?
Here.
Commissioner Kolb?
Here.
Commissioner Kozlowski?
Here.
Commissioner Treeslong? Here.
Okay, we'll take the applicants in the order that they applied, and the first was Richard Weatherhold. Is Mr. Weatherhold here? Let me also ask, are all other 7 applicants here? Ilir Doresi?
Here.
Okay. Beth Correa, no. Gordon Thompson, are you here? Good. Brian Gordon?
Brian Gordon sent an email that he's on Zoom.
He's on Zoom.
There's
Okay.
a BG showing on Zoom.
Okay, good. And Deborah Horner, Mary J., and Doug White, I see. Okay, sir, please take about 3 minutes. Are you going to time it roughly? We don't want to be rude.
I'm trying
But we
to
also don't want to go into...
get the 7-minute timer up, but I will keep it on my phone until I can get the 7-minute timer up.
Okay. Mr. Weatherhold. Did I say that right? Weatherhold?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, members of the Commission. My name is Rick Weatherhold. I live at 2083 Sheffield Road. I'm a lifelong Michigander and been proud to call Birmingham home for over a decade. This is one of the best cities to raise a family. My wife and I are experiencing this firsthand. Our oldest started in the Birmingham School District this year, and our second will join this fall. I'm standing before you because I'm deeply passionate about the city with a strong desire to serve. I want to protect what makes Birmingham special while ensuring it remains vibrant and sustainable for the next generation. Our city deserves leadership that is calm, competent, and measured, focused on and connected into the practical issues that affect homeowners, business owners, and families every single day. Complex city challenges require a multidisciplinary lens. My background is rooted in rigorous education and diverse thinking. I hold degrees from the University of Michigan in engineering, economics, and music, along with an MBA. In addition, I hold a master's in product development from the University of Detroit Mercy. This unique blend allows me to look at a problem, see the technical constraints, the economic realities, and the human element all at once. I've spent my career leading complex, high-stakes decisions, building multi-million-dollar business cases, managing complex P&Ls, and driving ROI on billion-dollar investments. At the core of my work is a simple principle: make strategic decisions based on facts, think long-term, and be accountable for results. I bring experience in strategy, operations, and large-scale planning. Daily in my professional life, I leverage artificial intelligence to connect large data sets and drive smarter, more efficient decisions. I see a massive opportunity for Birmingham to further leverage these tools to sharpen our data-driven decision-making in everything we do and unlock greater operational cost efficiency. That is the mindset I would bring to this commission, To me, fiscal responsibility means transparency and strong returns on every taxpayer dollar. For our homeowners, we must protect property values and preserve the unique neighborhood character through smart development, bridging the Woodward Divide, and respecting our past while modernizing for our future. For residents, public safety and infrastructure are paramount. I'm committed to improving pedestrian safety, managing traffic flow, and responsibly modernizing our roads, utilities, and green spaces. For our business owners, a vibrant downtown is the heartbeat of Birmingham. I will focus on solving chronic issues like parking and accessibility, and supporting our local businesses to ensure they can thrive in a self-sustaining ecosystem. Our master plan is our strategic vision, and I intend to uphold its core focus areas and accelerate progress. I also want to bring fresh eyes to invigorate our younger population and bridge the gap between our longstanding residents and new families, fostering community connection and exploring more self-sustaining business entities within the city. I am an operational builder by trade and a strategist by nature. I offer a steady hand approach to forecasting and a deep dedication to this community. I am ready to ensure we aren't just maintaining what is great, but building a future that's even better. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Questions for Mr. Weatherhold? Commissioner Host.
I'm just curious, could you tell us, you have so many undergrad degrees, what's the music undergrad degree in?
It's non-performance, so it's through literature, science, and arts. I've always had a passion for music. I was in the marching band at U of M, and I've had the opportunity to continue that on. I'm in a local cover band that plays all across Metro Detroit. So it started in piano and saxophone in school, and it's continued on into guitar and other things, but it's just been a consistent passion of mine and something I had opportunity to leverage while I was in school.
And a second question, you mind going through the growth mindset that you brought up as opportunities?
For the city of Birmingham specifically?
Yeah.
I think I touched on a couple of them. In particular, I'm just starting with AI and just kind of going back through. There's been a lot of conversation in past meetings about it. Even in the last election for prior vacancy, that was a topic that you brought up. And we've seen it proliferate through public sector and private sector, and it's growing tremendously every day. I think it's just a realization of the fact that this is a tool that's going to continue to grow and empower us to make more strategic decisions. It's not an alternative of whether we're going to use it or not. It's just who's going to use it the best. We've got some very complex things to solve in a historic city, like infrastructure always comes up. But I also compliment with the fact of how much material you all have to review on a weekly basis, and the amount of data that exists from other municipalities that are solving very similar decisions. The ability to leverage AI, the biggest strength of that is how we can really scrutinize the data and understand in ways that we haven't in the past, so we can get to more efficient decisions. In addition to AI, I think there's other opportunities, and I know other municipalities, including ours, are exploring it, but I'm fascinated by, when I grew up in Rochester Hills, they've done a lot of tremendous things outside of the taxpayer dollars. With partnerships with private donations through grants. Innovation Hills Park is an example, or the fact that every year they do an annual fireworks show, and it's not funded at all through taxpayer dollars. I think a tremendous opportunity for us, particularly in the areas where we've struggled to gain additional funding, such as when we talk about community development through the YMCA building and where these things go, is how can we partner with private entities to make our dollars go even further and provide additional services. We already have great services, but to enhance those even more through additional partnerships that are outside the box of the traditional way that municipalities have run the business in the past.
Other questions from commissioners? Yes, Commissioner Cole, please keep an eye on the clock.
Thank you. So I have one specific question. You talked about making strategic decisions based on facts. Sometimes we don't have the benefit of all the details. How do you approach decisions like that when you don't have all the facts?
I think part of it is network. When we don't have facts, we try and see what we can learn from other communities. Maybe that's reaching out. Maybe that's soliciting the advice of others that have faced similar challenges. I think that's part of it. I think additionally, and the strength of the commission is the pulse for which the leadership can get information through the various demographics in the city. I think that's a tremendous advantage that I have in that space. And the other thing is, it comes down to, we talk about a steady hand. These are oftentimes difficult decisions with not all the data. So it comes down to a sense of trust that's built on how we approach solving problems and our understanding amongst ourselves on the different things that we bring can be really advantageous through that collaboration.
Thank you. Let's move along. Next candidate or applicant is Ilir. Did I say that right?
Yeah, that's right.
Ilir Doresi. Doresi?
Yeah, correct.
Mr. Doresi, welcome.
Yeah, thank you.
Welcome. Thank you for coming.
Richard's a good speaker. I'm not going to speak like him, so yeah. All right, my name's Ilir Doresi. I think I'm a good candidate for this. I grew up here in Birmingham, went to school here, high school. My kids are going to school here too as well. Might be a little jittery. My wife just went in labor with our 5th child, so yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, so I'm gonna keep it short. So with budgeting for my job right now, sales manager, BMW, year to year we have growth. I'm good with budgeting with money without cutting back on other expenses. Developing, I just feel like lately, there's been too much, we've been overpaying for developing in the city of Birmingham. I've been noticing a lot. I'm not sure if you guys are negotiating well, not to criticize anybody, but it's easier just say yes and get the job done. I just noticed extra budgeting is just money's being spent just over too much. Other than that, it's pretty much it. You guys have any questions for me?
Does anyone have any questions? I'd like to know.
Another thing too, sorry to cut you
Okay,
off.
that's
Another thing too, I left my paperwork at work because I left early. Another thing too, the safety of the residents. I noticed with the Airbnbs that we have, it's just a little too much going on with inside the neighborhoods, having short rentals. That's one of my concerns, and I know the YMCA, a lot of people are talking about that. I feel like it is useless space there that needs to be kind of taken care of, though. I do agree on that. All right.
Okay. Anyone have any questions for Mr. Doresi? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
We move along. Mr. Thompson, Gordon Thompson.
Good evening. I would like to thank the City Commission for their work and for the opportunity to apply for the open seat. I grew up in New Jersey. I went to college in Pennsylvania and graduate school in Florida. I've lived in Idaho, Colorado, Texas, Chile, the Gambia, South Africa, Ecuador, Peru, and many other places around the world. These experiences have given me a rare and broad perspective on how people live, how cities function, what challenges they face, how they can be better, and what processes can make them so. Whether it's planning water main replacement or an outdoor movie night, the issues that come before the City Commission are complex and highly detailed. Behind them are individual stakeholders, each with unique needs and desires. As an English teacher and writer, I have a keen eye for language and details. Every day, I sit in a circle with students and engage their thoughts, feelings, and perspectives. We explore things as simple as house versus home, and as challenging as how to reconcile Jefferson's racist writing with the Declaration of Independence. I encourage students to expand on their ideas. I seek clarification. I draw them out. Most of all, I listen. Students thank me for making them think and express themselves in new ways. Leading on Cranbrook Wilderness Expedition has stoked my optimism. Even the toughest trail can be conquered, and even the most stubborn problem can be solved. Working with parents, on faculty council, the use of time committee, in the residential program, and in many other capacities has taught me the importance of process and due diligence. As a Kiva Fellow in Peru and Ecuador, I did technical microfinance work, but equally important were the human connections. Some borrowers were afraid to talk, or suspicious, or distracted. Fluency in Spanish, multicultural sensitivity, and experience with the diversity of people allowed me to bring out the best in each borrower. Like Miriam, the pig farmer, who said, "I love my life, but I want better for my children." We tell stories like that, and we study literature not to increase vocabulary, but to develop empathy. Understanding characters enables us to better understand people, whether students, borrowers, city residents, developers, volunteers, police officers, visitors, or, most of all, strangers. 25 years ago, I wandered into Poppleton Park, a stranger to Michigan, never dreaming that I would one day own a house a few blocks away. Now, I hear about better pedestrian crossings at Woodward, new developments downtown, or promoting rain gardens, and I long to be part of the decision-making process. Living in Birmingham has been a great privilege, and I welcome the chance to give back to this incredible community and learn more about it by serving on the City Commission. Thank you for your consideration.
Questions for Mr. Thompson?
I have a question.
Yes.
I'm interested in this microfinance work you did in Chile. How did you get involved in that?
Yeah, it was Peru and Ecuador, but yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I did live in Chile on a separate project, but I had a sabbatical from Cranbrook, and I wanted to do something volunteer-based or giving back in some sense, and since I had some experience in Latin America and other countries. So I did a whole lot of things, but the main thing was to sort of contact borrowers and sort of connect them back with the office in San Francisco, which normally is challenging for them because since it's a nonprofit, they have a very small staff. So that was sort of the bulk of it.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
You are probably one of the more interesting candidates that we have seen in a very long time as far as the diversity of your experience and your interests. Can I ask why you have not applied for any of the subboard positions?
Yeah, it's a fair
Previously.
question. I just saw this one, come up, and I thought I would just, sort of grab the opportunity while it was there, but obviously it would be appropriate to do some of those things as well. I've also only lived here for 3 years so far, and so, I haven't quite gotten around to that, but certainly that's a good point.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Thank you very much. Brian Gordon, are you online, Brian? BG? Come in, Brian. Brian, I see you online. I hope you're paying attention. You got to use the
I'm
raise
paying
your hand.
attention. I don't know if you can
Okay.
see me or if you can hear me.
We don't
I'm
see
not-
you. You would have to turn on your video.
Okay, I'm attempting to do that, but it's not allowing. I'm being disabled by the host. So
Unable to do video, I'm sorry, but we can hear you just fine.
Oh, and I went and combed my hair for you and everything.
Okay.
All right, I'll start. Honorable Mayor and Commissioners, let me introduce myself. I'm Brian Gordon. I've had the opportunity to speak with some of you. For some, this will be our first time. I want to start with an apology for having to attend via Zoom. I had a previously scheduled business trip when this vacancy and tonight's meeting were announced. You've had a chance to review my application and resume detailing 45-plus years of successes in the world of commercial real estate and 10 years of successful contribution to local municipal government, including winning 2 contested elections. Among my public service achievements were the sidewalk, landscape, lighting, and infrastructure projects, which I spearheaded from seed to completion, including a required ballot measure to approve a charter amendment, necessary funding through budgeting and millage, and organizing numerous community input meetings, all to get the projects to successful completion. These projects vastly improved walkability, connectivity, and infrastructure desired by the majority over the objections of a small, vocal, and litigious minority. To those who ask why you should choose a previously unknown for this appointment, I suggest you consider this like any other job opening you face. Qualifications should be your first priority, familiarity would be a bonus. But just as not knowing the applicant for city manager or for police chief would not be disqualifying, it should not be disqualifying here. I understand this commitment requires not just attending commission meetings and workshops, but the additional hours of preparation and participation to make a meaningful contribution. I will be fiscally conservative and unabashedly progressive, promoting development throughout, but only within the bounds of the current zoning and thoughtful master plan. As long as we stay within these lines, so to speak, change does not have to be change in character, and it should be welcomed. I ask each of you for your endorsement to get to the next round and your vote for appointment to the commission. I look forward to the opportunity to work with you and staff on the challenges facing Birmingham, the challenges of aging infrastructure, the challenge of strengthening the community and overcoming any east-west divide, the challenge of fairly committing scarce resources to competing needs of the neighborhoods, the downtown, parks and recreation, and the business of day-to-day operations in the city. I thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Gordon. Does anyone on the commission have any comments or questions for Mr. Gordon? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Gordon.
Thank you. I'll mute.
Okay. Deborah Horner.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you for having me here today to speak and to apply for an open commission spot. I am Deborah Horner, 34-year resident of Birmingham. I met my husband in college, and he suggested we move back here to his hometown, where both his parents and grandparents had raised their families and were still living. We started out like a lot of young couples do over on the east side in the Grayfield condominiums. And then after we had our first two children, we moved over to Pine Street, just south of Corton Elementary School, right next door to the house where my father-in-law had been raised as a kid and where my mother-in-law still lives. But it's not my Birmingham history that I think can help me add value to city leadership. It's really my work at the Center for Local, State, and Urban Policy at the University of Michigan. There I've spent the past 18 years, pretty much every day, thinking about, researching about, writing and publishing about, presenting on, and advocating for local government policy here in Michigan. Through my research every year, I get to learn about brand new topics in local government policymaking, the issues that local governments share here in Michigan, and then I get to explain and distill those policies to national and state level policymakers, but then bring them back out to local governments like this one to do benchmarking and to understand new ideas and solutions for covering challenges. My research is directly applicable to this particular commission in a number of ways. First, my familiarity with the breadth of municipal policymaking. I've worked on everything from intergovernmental cooperation to policing, roads, pension and OPEB liability, water and infrastructure and sewer. I understand the components of a municipal budget, from the unassigned general fund working in cooperation with assigned and restricted funds, proprietary funds for things like water and sewer and parking, sources of our revenue and debt, so I can hit the ground running with that, with understanding what our budget needs are. I've been working on a report right now, in fact, on GFOA budget recommendations for budgeting practices that we surveyed on last year. As part of my research, I work hand in hand with numerous staff at the Michigan Municipal League and frequently present at their CapCon and legislative conferences. I also work closely with state agencies like EGLE and the Treasury Department to inform their development of policy that is aimed at local government and our needs. I've also worked directly with local governments with our data, for example, helping Oakland County staff prepare for their materials management plan update after we did a lot of research on local recycling policies back in 2021. Part of my job is to write grants, and which we've been awarded from agencies like EGLE or the Secretary of State's office, foundations like Mott and Kresge and the Joyce Foundation. Plus, I've consulted with MML on their MI Funding Hub, which is an online platform for local governments, helping them to identify and secure grants. And this is a place where I think I can be of really added value for both the commission and for city staff. I've volunteered since the early 2000s with the League of Women Voters Oakland area, so I've gotten to see hundreds of suggestions from our neighboring communities on what their candidates and local officials think are the priorities and ways to solve problems in areas across the region. And then when it comes to my work here in Birmingham, the Environmental Sustainability Committee has been knocking it out of the park. We passed our Sustainability Action Plan as prescribed in the 2040 Master Plan, and we have been hitting all of our timeline marks for our activities and programming, including extensive resident engagement, which I think is crucial for pretty much any policy that goes forward in the city. So thank you for considering me for a seat on the commission, and I look forward to your questions.
Questions? Commissioner Haig.
So you've discussed an awful lot about academia. My question really is, for the top issues that Birmingham is facing right now, how do you plan on making a tangible impact over the 18-month period between now and the next election?
Well,
That's not theory.
Right. No, I understand the idea of practice. And so one of the things that's really valuable that I can bring is the perspective of so many other local governments across the state. So although I research what local governments are doing, what I am researching is their practice, is their decision-making, is their policy-making and their choices they're making on their budget, on their infrastructure, how they're going to fund those infrastructure plans, how they're going to approach sustainability or the development of new business or whatever it is that we are facing. So although my area of research is maybe not practical, the thing that I am researching is practical. And I have a lot of ideas on how to bring those practices into application here in Birmingham.
Is that it? Any other questions? Sure. Commissioner Cole.
What's your thoughts on approaching conflict? Like, how do you approach conflict?
Well, you can imagine that teaching politics at the University of Michigan is not a low-conflict endeavor. And so one of the things that I find both in the classroom and then in professional relationships is just making sure that everyone is heard, right? I think a lot of times people just want to be respected for their voice and their perspective, and that if we can sit back and listen and understand where people are coming from. We don't always have to agree, but it's really important that everyone's voice is heard, whether it's within the commission ourselves or with residents in the community being able to speak. Sometimes there's misunderstanding, but I think that can be, there can be dialogue, there can be, heated dialogue even without there being division. So my idea is to make sure that everybody's voice is heard, and particularly among our residents.
Questions? More questions? No one? I have a question. Can you work full-time for the city? I mean, but seriously, the time commitment, and I know you are chair of the Sustainability Board, is that
I am,
correct?
yes.
And you've been on the Sustainability Board since day one, correct?
Since
We appointed
it's
you.
an ad
Okay.
hoc committee.
And
Yes.
just talk about your availability. Do you commute every day to Ann Arbor?
No, thank goodness I don't. I actually work from home 4 days a week. Those of us who are remote workers, only 1 day a week am I out in Ann Arbor. I actually have finished raising my 3 children. The last one is out of the house now, and so all of that time that was spent parenting has now been freed up. And as those of you who've been parents know, that can be very freeing and also allow you to pay attention to some other issues that are important. So I believe that giving back to the community is the time, now that that other job of mine is done. Or
We're out
it's
of time.
never really done.
We're out of our time right now. True. I think we may have time to come back. Mary, Jay.
Yes. Good evening. Thank you to the commission and for the opportunity to speak with you tonight. Since you all have my application, I'm going to focus on my qualifications and the reason I'd like to serve. So I came to Birmingham when I was first looking to own a home, and I wanted to live in a town. I grew up in Livonia, which is 6 square miles of houses, and I think that helped initiate or at least spur my interest in being part of a small town and being part of a tight community. So I chose Birmingham for the reasons so many other people do: the green space, the parks, the downtown, the walkability. But for me in particular, I also chose because of the charming old homes. And 33 years ago, I purchased my Craftsman Cottage in the little San Francisco area, and I've lived there ever since. So I worked for Chrysler for almost 40 years, and, oh, sorry. Oh, I thought I heard a question. I worked for Chrysler for almost 40 years and had an amazing and challenging career. In my early years, I was involved in all different aspects of the company: sales and marketing, financial planning, procurement and supply, product development and operations. I learned how the overall company worked and how these various areas worked within the company. And in the last 20 years, I was able to apply all that knowledge and experience toward a very important goal of the company, which was to expand internationally and to make Jeep a global brand. So that entailed everything from developing new global products, building a strong brand identity in new markets, dealing with regulatory requirements, and even deciding where we wanted to have production facilities to meet global demand. Bottom line, it was extremely complex, and I and my team dealt with all aspects of the business in 100+ countries, and developing, analyzing, and approving projects to meet the company's goals. It involved a lot of data, a lot of inputs, and extensive collaboration, including working across the various functions and decision-making entities within the headquarters to be sure that we met the needs of our global constituents. I reference all this because I think my experience with a lot of different stakeholders and a complex ecosystem is experience that would benefit working in a municipality. The same thorough analysis of opportunities and challenges, development of collaborative, robust solutions, and tough decision-making on multiple options, I think is also helpful for a city. I also have had many interests outside of my work, and I've been involved in volunteer or charitable activities my whole life. I've sat on many boards, on a lot of committees, and I've also just rolled up my sleeves and gotten the work done. Since retirement, I've focused on a few interests, but I think the most important was my time with the Historic Districts Commission. Not only could I be involved in my passion, which is old homes and buildings, but also help address a thorny issue for the city. And also, it really helped me understand a little better about how the city works. And I've become more and more interested in that. You know, I've sat in commission meetings or I've watched them online, and I've really come to appreciate the importance of the role that the commissioner has, the difficulty of the challenges that are facing us all today, and the impact that the decisions have on everyone. So I'd like to be a part of that and like to help those endeavors. Being involved started when I was a kid. I guess it's just part of me and what makes me tick. I like to be part of a community, I like to contribute, and I like to be a part of something bigger. So as a commissioner, I hope to use my experience and capabilities and directly contribute to keeping Birmingham an amazing place to live, work, and visit. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Sure. Commissioner Haig.
I'm sticking with one question for everybody that I'm asking of, so I get the same high benchmark. So, same thing. For the top issues in Birmingham right now, how do you intend to make a tangible impact over the next 18-month period?
Do you want specifically what I believe are the top issues?
You can do that or explain how you feel you will be making an impact.
Okay.
However you choose to answer it.
Okay, I can do
Work
both,
with you.
actually.
Okay.
So I think the top three issues, I think the top two are very evident. It's infrastructure, our aging and stressed infrastructure. And I also think spending. You know, everything is costing more. Everything's more expensive. It's harder to get supply programs, fix our roads, do everything we need to do, right? With costs rising and rising, and people concerned about how their tax dollars are being spent. And I think a lot of people think that their tax dollars should be fixing everything, and I think it's a reality that they can't. So the third, I probably would have said the noise on Woodward, because I think everyone I talk to, that's their biggest issue. But I really think it's parking too, because I've come to find out in the last few days by talking with several people that parking really influences people coming to visit the city, the people who live here, and even how we develop, we have to have parking if we're going to have new buildings and such. So I think parking is another one of the big issues. So what would I do? I think I would first meet with all the key stakeholders. So that would be the commissioners, city manager, I think the lawyer, and really understand what the issues are, at least what's known so far, get up to speed on that, find out what the inhibitors are, the enablers, and then I guess with that work together to try and develop options that can help us start to address those issues. Of course, I have some of my own ideas, but I really think that it's a collaborative solution, and we have to look at so many different aspects. We need as much input as possible.
Thank you. I was scribbling.
Okay, it's all right.
You can participate. Okay. Other questions? Other commissioners? You said you have some of your own ideas.
Sure.
I'd love to hear. I'm an idea guy.
Right now?
Well, you've got 18 seconds.
Okay, let's see. No, parking? No. Noise on Woodward? Infrastructure? Oh, man, there's so many. No, it's not fair. I really...
Maybe we'll come back to that.
I mean, of course I have ideas because I've been looking at what the issues are. Like I said, I've been reading a lot of what the commission has been faced with or proposed to them, and what's been decided, what are still issues. And yeah, I mean, I feel like I'm starting to have some ideas of what could bring some new approaches, but again, it's complex, and we all need to work together to make those decisions, so.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, so that can, oh, sorry, Doug White.
Doug White.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Doug White, and I've lived on Holland Street in the Rail District for the past 21 years, married to my awesome wife, Joy, who couldn't be here tonight, might be online, said she was going to try. And we have our two daughters, Emma and Claire. They attended Pierce, Derby, Covington, and Seaholm. I grew up in Mountain Lakes, New Jersey, kind of northern New Jersey. It's a commuter suburb for New York City. Not too dissimilar to Birmingham, other than it's almost completely residential and facing a lot of the issues, at least back then, that we're going through now. They went from a septic to a sewer system and replacement of all the water lines, so not too dissimilar. I went to Washington and Jefferson College. I'm a proud Army veteran. I was an Army officer. I served on active duty, and I served like another 18 years in the reserves. Since moving to Birmingham, I've been active in the community. First, I served on the Tory Association, became the vice president, and eventually the association president. It's our largest community association in the city, so I had an opportunity to be part of some of the city meetings where I met some of our local officials and learned about the volunteer board opportunities here in Birmingham. So I was then appointed by the City Commission to the Multimodal Transportation Board, served a full term, subsequently reappointed for a second term, and elected by my peers as the board chairperson. That was really an incredible learning experience that gave me deeper insight into how the city works. We definitely have some very talented folks in our city government and appointed boards, and I learned and experienced quite a bit. We live in a really wonderful community. I lived in several other towns similar to Birmingham and believe we have something really special here. I'm not seeking an appointment to our city commission because I think the city or its leaders are doing something wrong. I'm doing it because I love Birmingham and I want to make an impact on issues our residents deal with every day, like roads, parks, public safety, parking, and the like. It would be an honor to serve on the commission, serve my fellow residents to the best of my ability. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. White. Questions from the commission? Commissioner Haig.
My standard question. The top issues in Birmingham right now, how do you intend to make a tangible impact over the next year and a half?
I wasn't expecting that question, but here we go. What I've made a career of is becoming a student of the issues. I tried to do that in the election cycle, so I would commit to understanding. I did that on the multimodal board, I got into that packet, I reviewed everything, I went out and did my own research, did my own drive-bys, walk-bys, ride-bys, whatever it was. So I think becoming a student of the issue so that I can best debate, decide, and deliver on what's best for the city.
Yes, Commissioner, Mayor Pro Tem Wong.
So I don't get a vote tonight, but how long do you think, how many hours per week do you think it takes to be a commissioner, on average? How much time do you think you're going to spend?
I'll bet it's a minimum of 10 hours, I'll bet.
At least?
At least.
At least.
Yep.
Some of us a little bit more than that, I think. It's a commitment. What I like, and we served on the multimodal board together, and I like the fact that you understand how a board works, a municipal board. I like the fact that you also served locally in your community, in the Tory community. And I like the fact that you understand the time commitment. That I think will surprise many candidates. I like the fact that you ran in the last election. That in and of itself is quite a commitment and quite an undertaking, even if you're not successful. So I commend you for that. I commend all the people who are submitting to take this position, because it is a commitment that a lot of people are not willing to make. And it is a difficult position because you serve 21,000 residents. And on any one issue, there has never been an issue in the history of the city of Birmingham where all 21,000 residents agreed on what we should do. Maybe movie night, I don't know. But it is a very difficult position, and it is very time-consuming, and sometimes extremely rewarding. So I like the fact that we have a candidate who, or somebody who has served on a board, who has already donated their time with regard to that. I like the fact that you've also worked as a past president and vice president on the Tory Community Association. I like the fact that you know how this city runs and what your role may be. And I will say, I didn't ask questions to the other candidates because I wanted to wait to the end. So I don't want the other candidates to feel that I'm just commenting with regard to Doug. But I've lived in the city for 31 years, and when I ran, somebody asked me, "Why are you running? You know, what's your stick? What do you want to accomplish?" And my response was similar to yours. I love this city, and I will know what the right answer is once I've heard all sides. And that is, I think, what makes a successful commissioner, is not being wedded to any one position, but having a love for the city. And I said this before, I think that the 7 people sitting up here, whoever they may be, may argue, may not agree, but I think 99% of the time they make the right decision, even if it's a 4-3 vote. So kind of a general comment as to everybody. Got 10 seconds left, so I'm going to yield the floor. But thank you all for applying, and one of you will find a very challenging but yet rewarding position.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. White?
Can I squeeze in a question?
Yes.
I know we're out of time, but as an alum of the multimodal board, I'm a big fan of walkability, big fan of street safety stuff, and I know when I go around town, I will encounter a lot of stuff that just bugs me, and I just think, boy, I feel like I don't know why we don't improve this, I don't know why we don't do that, I don't know why we don't do this other thing. So I was wondering if you, in your emeritus status as a multimodal person, have had similar experiences, and if you could share 1 or 2 of those.
Sure. I think one of the basic pillars here for a great community are the streets, whether they're the sound, the sights, the condition, all that stuff. And in fact, just last night, as I was standing outside talking to one of my neighbors about this process that I'm going through right now, we heard something backfire and a loud exhaust, and the guy just looked at me and said, "Doug, this is what you got to do. This is something you got to address." So the issues are real. I've heard it firsthand. I heard it during the campaign. That was a long time for me to learn, so I definitely did there. And I think the multimodal really gave me a different perspective on all different things. From a procedural standpoint, learning as the chairperson, how to run a good meeting, how to be patient, how to listen to everybody, even after you've given the caveat that, it's already been stated, it's on the record, it's every other thing, but you gotta sit and listen. So learn quite a bit.
Thanks.
Great. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. I want to take public comment. So if there's anyone in the room or online who would like to make a comment about the applicants for city commission, please approach the microphone. Tell us your name, city of residence. If you're online, use the raise your hand function. I see David Bloom online with his hand up.
I'm here.
Trying to double dip on us or something?
No, I'm just trying to get double time because I know the mayor's going to cut me short. We've got a lot of great candidates here. Because of my transit over here, I missed some of the candidates' interviews. One of the candidates that I heard stood out to me as amazing, and that was Deborah Horner. And I think she's got a lot of really good experience. My concern is, and why I came over here, is the sustainability issue. I was at parking committee meeting, and I was told last month that, and I don't know if this is from the sustainability group or not, that there's an attempt and an interest in putting a $50,000 per deck surcharge on each of our parking decks by raising prices and then taking that $250,000 a year and putting it into the sustainability fund. And the rationale for that is we got too much carbon coming into Birmingham. And my thought was, if you want to stop the carbon coming into Birmingham, shut down the parking decks. That'll really help things. So that's like a modest proposal type of argument. So I would encourage you, particularly because Deborah Horner has a lot of experience, maybe you want to hone it down to who you want to ask some more questions to and ask some more probing questions about politics and what they want to try and accomplish and what their views on certain city topics are, to make sure that you're comfortable with the decision that you're going to be making. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the room who would like to make a comment regarding the applicants for city commission? Okay. Anyone online? Use the raise your hand function.
No hands.
Okay. Let's bring it back to the commission then. And I think what we should do is try to narrow the field. I don't think there should be necessarily a limit. So if, I suppose that if any commissioners have any candidates they would like to have stick around, let me know. Commissioner Cole.
Mary J.
Okay, Mary J. Commissioner Long had her hand up.
Deborah Horner.
Okay. Anyone else? Anyone else? Sure.
Doug White.
Okay, Doug White. Anyone else? Okay, well, that went more quickly and efficiently than I thought it would. We still have, let's say, 5 minutes, 6 minutes. Is there any pressing questions that either people on the commission want to ask of any of those 3 candidates, or alternatively, is there anything that any of those 3 candidates right now want to tell us? You will have an opportunity later on, but we have a few minutes, and if somebody wants to say anything.
I have a quick.
Sure.
Anybody who heard that it's 10 to 15 hours a week have any second thoughts? It's a labor of love, don't get me wrong, but.
That's on the low side. Yeah.
Well, you can make it what you want to make it and what time you have to give. Some of us spend more than that, and that's an average. So there are 24 meetings a year plus adding a few more in. So anyway,
I'm going to spend 10 hours today.
yeah. And then if you're mayor, then it's maybe 10 hours a day. So.
Well, today.
All right.
I'm counting the meeting. Yes.
Oh, perhaps we could adjourn and have 5 minutes before the next meeting if we're
Yeah.
done.
Well, we'll have 10 minutes before the next.
Okay.
So, we good? Everybody happy? All right. Let's adjourn. We'll reconvene in 10 minutes. Welcome one and all to the regular City Commission meeting of Monday, April 13th, 2026 at 7 p.m. We are in beautiful Birmingham City Hall at 151 Martin Street. Please all join me in standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. A roll call, please.
Mayor Ballard.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Long.
Here.
Commissioner Haig.
Here.
Commissioner House.
Here.
Commissioner Cole.
Here.
Commissioner Kozlowski.
Here.
Commissioner Treeswell.
Here.
Thank you. We have just a couple of things to get through before we get to the main event. So the first thing is, well, we're on item 3, proclamations, congratulatory resolutions, awards, appointments, resignations, and confirmations, administration of oath, introduction of guests, and announcements. So first, we have in our packet an Arbor Day 2026 proclamation. That's something we do every year. We are very proud of being a Tree City, USA. I am going to skip past actually reading the proclamation. Anybody who wants can find it online. It's boilerplate, but it's something we should all be proud of. Item B is a Department of Public Services staff introduction. We have Golf Operations Manager Austin Walker here tonight, who is taking over management of our 2 golf courses, Springdale and Lincoln Hills. Hello.
Hello.
And Scott Zielinski, our DPS Director.
Yeah, as many people are aware by now, over the winter, Jackie retired, and so Austin's been with us for 3 weeks, and I can tell you he was a quick learner and has taken over those golf courses by storm, and we're really happy to have him. He's got about 15 years worth of experience around golf and has a degree from Western Michigan, and honestly, he's one of those old souls that you would assume he's been in this forever. So he's a nice addition to the staff.
Good. Do you have anything you want to say to us?
No, just very grateful for the opportunity, and very excited to get started and see what we can turn this thing into.
Well, we're glad to have you, and we wish you the best of luck.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you. Next up. Not every new employee gets a round of applause.
It's a golf clap.
It's a golf clap. Next up, we have Birmingham Police Staff introductions and 2025 awards. We have Police Chief Scott Gruey on hand.
Good evening, everybody. It's my honor and my privilege to be in front of you this evening to introduce a new staff member we have in the police department and also our 2025 award recipients. So first, I would like to start with our new officer. This is Officer Scott Vierick. Scott Vierick is a first-generation police officer and graduated from the Oakland Police Academy in 2002. He brings with him a significant amount of experience, first starting his career with the Oakland Community College Police Department. He also worked part-time with the Keagle Harbor Police Department, and then he transferred to Clawson Police, where he worked there since 2012. Officer Vierick promoted to the rank of sergeant at Clawson and took on numerous administrative duties. His broad range of experience is a valuable addition to our department, and he was sworn in on February 18th as a Birmingham police officer. So congratulations, Scott.
Congratulations.
Would you like to I'd ask the mayor and the city manager if they would like to stand over here and shake the hands of our award recipients and our new officer. Thank you.
Welcome. Thank you.
So up first, we're going to do our Certificate of Merits. Certificates of Merits are awarded to a police officer or a uniformed employee for outstanding performance of duty under unusual or difficult circumstances. Our first recipient is Sergeant Chris Bukowski. On April 15, 2025, at approximately 8:45 a.m., Sergeant Bukowski responded to the area to an area-wide BOL request, which is when another department puts out information asking for support or putting out information about an ongoing issue. For a request of a drone support after a Berkeley police officer was assaulted and the suspect fled on foot. Sergeant Bukowski, a drone-certified officer, arrived on scene and within 10 minutes began coordinating drone operations with responding units. While systematically searching residential backyards, he located an individual matching the suspect's description, observed the suspect flee through yards and climb a wooden fence, and relayed real-time information and movements to officers who then located and arrested the suspect without incident after entering into an open garage. Sergeant Bukowski recorded the entire drone operation and submitted the footage as evidence, which proved instrumental in enhancing the charges when it was determined a resident was present during the home invasion. Congratulations, Sergeant Bukowski. Up next for Certificate of Merit is Lieutenant David Buttigieg and Officer Joseph Roberts. On February 15, 2025, at approximately 8:37 p.m., Birmingham PD officers were dispatched to a report of a home invasion in progress. The resident confronted and chased a suspect who had broken into a private residence and assaulted him in the process. The incident involved forced entry, the removal of an attempted theft of property, and the suspect's deceptive claim of being a police officer while inside the home. Lieutenant Buttigieg and Officer Roberts led a comprehensive multi-month investigation employing camera analysis, vehicle tracking, timed advanced cell data, witness interviews, and coordinated with neighboring jurisdictions and specialized units. The work developed corroborating digital and physical evidence, including surveillance hits, and recovered footwear matching crime scene impressions, and produced probable cause affidavits and search warrants that advanced the case. Lieutenant Buttigieg and Officer Roberts' investigation efforts culminated in the identification, apprehension, and prosecution of the offender, resolving approximately 20 previously unsolved home invasions, reports across multiple jurisdictions, including Wixom, West Bloomfield, and Franklin. Thank you, and congratulations.
Congratulations. Congratulations. Thanks.
Up next, we have Officer Jamie DeBano. On June 18, 2025, at approximately 1:02 p.m., Birmingham PD's officers were dispatched to a retail fraud in progress at the Kroger's. While approaching the scene, Officer DeBano observed a male individual matching the suspect description and initiated contact. The suspect immediately fled on foot into moving traffic northbound on Woodward. Officer DeBano pursued on foot, issued repeated verbal commands, and took the suspect into custody by herself without further incident. Officer DeBano immediately broadcast her location and maintained radio contact with additional responding officers. Officer DeBano coordinated with responding officers and the store representative to recover a backpack containing stolen merchandise. Officer DeBano's rapid recognition, controlled foot pursuit, and effective on-scene coordination directly led to the prompt apprehension and recovery of evidence. Congratulations. And thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, I have Officer Will Isaacson, Luxie Kuza, and Lieutenant Buttigieg, as well as Sergeant Chris Bukowski. If the four of you guys can step forward, I appreciate it. On October 27, 2025, at approximately 7:53 p.m., Birmingham officers responded to reports of a male damaging Halloween decorations and wandering in the neighborhood. Initial contact with multiple homeowners confirmed the damage, and one residence had visible blood on decorations and yard items. Follow-up led officers to an apartment where they located an individual exhibiting severe self-harm. Hundreds of self-inflicted knife wounds were covered across his arms and body with excessive bleeding. After repeated requests for medical treatment were refused by the person, Lieutenant Buttigieg authorized entry, and the team took the subject into protective custody. Sergeant Bukowski, Officer Isaacson, Officer Kuza, and Lieutenant Buttigieg conducted a coordinated on-scene response that included a thorough safety search, staging of the fire department, handcuffing for transport safety, and a transfer of care to emergency medical personnel. The officers' decisive actions, interagency coordination, and attention to both public safety and the individual's medical needs ensured a safe resolution under emotionally charged situations.
Thank you, sir. Congratulations. Thank you, sir.
Next up, we have Community Service Awards. These are to be awarded to an officer or other uniformed employee who have contributed to a valuable service to the community through their performance and/or engagement with community members. Up first, we have Officer George Toma. Officer Toma came to us earlier last year with a new idea for a new event, and that's why he's receiving this award. He came to us and wanted to do a Donuts and Decks in October of 2025. Officer Toma organized the gathering at the Birmingham Skate Park to connect officers with young residents in a fun, informal setting. The event featured complimentary donuts, of course, a skateboard raffle, and lively interaction between police and the community. The event's creativity and positive tone drew a strong turnout, fostering trust and approachability between officers and both adult and minor residents. Due to its success and community response, Donuts and Decks will be held again in the future, cementing Officer Toma's role as an inventive community liaison and deserving recipient of this award. Next, for the Community Service Award, I have Sergeant Kyle McCannum. Sergeant McCannum is being honored as a 2025 Community Service Award for his outstanding service as a school resource officer for the Birmingham Public Schools. He was recently selected as a guest speaker at the annual Birmingham Youth Assistance Board meeting, where his presentation helped strengthen collaboration between Birmingham Youth Assistance, the Birmingham School District, and the Police Department. His outreach and communication efforts have directly supported improved partnerships and student-focused programming. In his role, Sergeant McCannum oversees all Birmingham public schools within the city limits and consistently excels at fostering a safe, supportive environment for staff and students. His professionalism and dedication have earned positive remarks from the school district and community representatives, reflecting his effectiveness in building trust and advancing school-community relations. Thank you.
Congratulations. Thank you.
Next up, we have Life-Saving Awards. This is to be issued to a member of the department who personally saves or is directly responsible for saving a human life. And I have in front of us first here is Lieutenant Alex Linke and Officer Will Isaacson. On January 4th, 2025, at approximately 1:30 in the morning, Lieutenant Linke and Officer Isaacson responded to a residence for a report of an intoxicated and highly agitated 17-year-old who had been destructive in the home. While attempting to make contact in an upstairs hallway, the subject made a suicidal threat and hurled his body over the banister. Lieutenant Linke and Officer Isaacson immediately intercepted, risking their own safety, and physically prevented the fall, lifting and securing the subject away from the open stairwell, actions that directly averted a potentially fatal fall. After the rescue, the officers quickly secured the subject for safety. Their rapid intervention preserved the suspect's life and enabled prompt medical and mental health care. Thank you, Lieutenant Linke. Next up, I have Dispatcher Antoinette Licari for Life-Saving Award and Dispatcher Brandon Ryan for Certificate of Merit. On 11/27/25, at approximately 11:24 a.m., Dispatcher Antoinette Licari answered a 911 call in which the female caller reported her husband had collapsed, was unconscious, and not breathing. Dispatcher Licari immediately and calmly provided clear, step-by-step CPR instructions, maintaining control of the call, guiding the caller through continuous, effective compressions until responders arrived. Her rapid recognition of the emergency and sustained coaching were critical in sustaining life and directly contributed to the patient regaining a pulse. While Licari administered life-saving step-by-step CPR instructions, Dispatcher Brandon Ryan promptly assumed overall incident coordination, dispatching Birmingham Fire Department, advising them that CPR was in progress, and coordinating a police response to assist on scene. Dispatcher Ryan's timely traffic control and assistance in escorting of the ambulance facilitated the rapid and safe transport of the patient to Corwell Royal Oak. Birmingham PD later received follow-up from medical personnel at Royal Oak Corwell, and it was determined that the male subject had suffered a massive heart attack. The rapid recognition of the emergency and the immediate CPR instructions provided by dispatch personnel were critical factors that aided the subject's survival. For issuing this award, I would like to call up the people involved in this. Lisa and Mike Susella, would you please come forward?
Lisa and Mike, can I ask you to stay here for a minute? Thank you. Dispatcher LaCar? Thank you. Dispatcher Ryan? I'd now like to introduce the Fire Chief, Matt Bartolino, who has something he'd also like to say.
So on behalf of the Birmingham Fire Department, it's my honor to present the Pat Nagel Community Award. This award was created in memory of one of our finest and most dedicated firefighters, Pat Nagel, passed away as an active member of our department more than 12 years ago. It stands as a lasting tribute to his service and recognition of those in our community who embody the same spirit of selflessness and commitment to others. The Pat Nagel Community Award is given to individuals who perform exceptional acts of service and make meaningful contributions to public safety. Tonight, we recognize someone who did exactly that. This past Thanksgiving, through quick recognition of a life-threatening emergency, immediate activation of the emergency response system, and the delivery of high-quality CPR guided by our wonderful dispatcher, Lisa Sala displayed a direct role in saving a life. For her efforts under extreme stress and the remarkable outcome that followed, it is our privilege to present the Pat Nagel Community Award to Lisa Sala.
Congratulations. Thank you so much. Congratulations.
Next, I'd like to call up civilian and resident Syed Ahmad. This evening, I'd like to recognize Mr. Ahmad for his assistance, a resident of the city of Birmingham who's being honored for this 2025 Civilian Award for his quick thinking and decisive actions during a life-threatening incident on October 4th, 2025 at approximately 10:20 p.m. While out on a walk in a neighborhood near Oak and Lakeside Bridge on the north side of Corton Lake, Syed observed a juvenile standing on the bridge ledge in obvious distress and contemplating self-harm by jumping off. Syed immediately engaged the youth, speaking with him for several minutes and keeping him calm. He relayed the situation to his wife, who contacted the Birmingham Police Department, and he remained on scene until Birmingham PD and Birmingham FD arrived. His timely intervention and calm demeanor helped de-escalate a potentially fatal situation and ensured the juvenile agreed to voluntary transport for mental health evaluation. His willingness to act likely saved this person's life. Syed's example exemplifies civic responsibility and compassion, making him a deserving recipient of this civilian citation. Next up, we have the Chief's Recognition Award. I want to introduce to you Ken Hitchcock. He's one of our clerical workers in the police department. Ken Hitchcock is being honored with the 2025 Chief Recognition Award for his outstanding service and commitment. Drawing on his extensive prior experience with Livonia PD as a police officer, Ken has excelled in his role as a records clerk and consistently gone above and beyond departmental expectations. His broad background has enabled him to contribute effectively across multiple areas of the department, including dispatch and parking, bringing valuable perspective and skill to each assignment. Within the records and clerical division, Ken has emerged as a dependable leader, streamlining processes, mentoring colleagues, and ensuring accuracy and efficiency in all records-related tasks. He is frequently the first point of contact for members of the public entering the station, and his professionalism and reliability leave a positive, lasting impression. Ken's steady presence and willingness to step in whenever needed makes him a valuable asset to our department. Now we're down to the Civilian of the Year Award, and I'd like to bring back Dispatcher Licari. Throughout 2025, Dispatcher Antoinette Licari has provided exceptional performance and unwavering dedication as a dispatcher. Over the past year, Dispatcher Licari has consistently excelled during numerous high-stress incidents, demonstrating calm, clear judgment and decisive action that directly supported officer safety and positive outcomes in critical situations. Her quick thinking and professionalism under pressure have set a standard for the entire communications center. Beyond her performance on calls, Antoinette has emerged as a natural leader within the dispatch center, mentoring fellow dispatchers, becoming a peer support team member, helping streamline procedures, and stepping into coordinated roles when needed. She volunteered for extensive overtime to cover manpower shortages, ensuring uninterrupted service and continuity in operations. Simply put, without Antoinette, commitment and reliability, maintaining the level of service the community expects would have been significantly more difficult. Her contributions have been vital to the department's success this year. Thank you.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
And last but not least, for sure, Officer of the Year, Officer Joe Roberts. Officer Joseph Roberts is being honored as the 2025 Officer of the Year for his exceptional investigative skills, leadership, and dedication. As a critical member of the Troy Special Investigations Unit, Officer Roberts has led and supported numerous complex investigations for the Birmingham Police Department, resulting in arrests and recovery of stolen property in cases involving home invasion, unauthorized use of vehicle, larceny from auto, and retail fraud. His work on stolen vehicle cases that resulted in the arrest of 2 juveniles and a recovery of a stolen vehicle also led to the seizure of a 9mm AR-style pistol tied to multiple shootings and the linkage of suspects to 8 additional stolen vehicle cases across multiple jurisdictions. Beyond casework, Officer Roberts consistently goes above and beyond, putting in extra hours, coordinating with the Birmingham Detective Bureau and leveraging his network across neighboring agencies to develop leads and solve crimes. He is recognized by supervisors as a reliable leader and an investigative resource whose initiative, persistence, and collaborative approach significantly enhances department capabilities and public safety. Congratulations and thank you. I would like to thank everybody for being here, all the family and friends in attendance, and certainly invite anybody who would like to join us for a small reception downstairs for picture opportunity and to meet and greet some of the officers. You're more than welcome to come down and join us. So thank you, everybody, and thank you, Commissioner, for your time.
I would like to make one remark, and that is that I note that the removal of emotion from the job is crucial to what the police do. But we feel for you, and we know how scary some of these situations are that you handle for us. And we also feel a lot of gratitude. And tonight, I think that's what we're all here to do, is give them our gratitude and give them a little of the feeling that you maybe sometimes can't express yourselves. So, another round. We're going to give these folks a minute to move out of the room, and then we will move, well, we can move right to our first announcement. And that is Commissioner Kolb's birthday, and we generally give the commissioner the option if he would like us to sing happy birthday.
The answer is no.
We have another item that we're going to insert into announcements, and that is a report on a shooting that occurred in Birmingham yesterday. Nobody's, well, Saturday. Sorry, it happened Saturday. We have Chief Gruey again to report on this for us. And after his report, we will tell you what we're doing about it.
Yes, so on Saturday, at approximately 6:15 in the morning, we were dispatched to 1480 East Lincoln for reports of shots fired in the area. We received multiple 911 calls from that. The response drew officers from all of our neighboring communities that came out to assist us. Very quickly, there was a perimeter set up around the home, and very quickly it was evident that there was multiple shell casings located on the ground around the house and on the front porch of the house. Because of the overwhelming response that we had from all our neighboring communities, that perimeter was very tight, very quick. We were quickly able to apprehend numerous suspects that were involved in this situation. We currently have 3 in custody that we're looking for charges on and been working with the prosecutor's office on that. The others that were all there are all been identified at this point, and we're continuing to work on an investigation to see if there'll be any additional charges at this point. The investigation has had extensive searches, not only search warrants for different things, but searches through all the surrounding properties. When we responded, all suspects there fled from the scene, some going north, some going south. So we have been searching backyards, alleys, dumpsters for any other possible evidence that we may locate, or potentially any other cameras from residents or businesses that may have captured suspects fleeing from that scene. At this point, the investigation is still ongoing. I can tell you we've had pretty much our entire investigative staff in the building since about 6:20 on Saturday morning, around the clock and through till today as well, working on this. So I'm happy to answer any questions that I can at this point, but obviously there's still a large investigation going on this, and there's no charges from the prosecutor's office as of yet. We expect those to come sometime tomorrow.
I have a few questions, if you don't mind. How many guns were involved?
So we don't know for sure how many guns were involved. I can tell you that there's at least 4 shooters, potentially more, but there was at least 4 shooters.
And how many shots were fired?
Again, we don't know for sure, but we recovered 35 shell casings.
And was anyone injured?
There was no injuries reported.
And there was one house involved, but were shots directed, or did any other homes suffer any damage?
There was damage to the homes, I believe, on both sides of 1480.
Does anyone else on the commission have any questions for Chief Gerber? Commissioner Host.
No, I don't have a question, but I have a comment that I was going to make later, and that is...
Why don't we hold off on that for a moment while we all just kind of absorb what we just heard? As far as specific questions about the investigation or the incident, does anyone have any questions?
I do. And if you can't answer, so be it. I understand it's an ongoing investigation. At this point, do we know whether the individuals, three or four individuals, were they working in concert? Were they working against each other? Do we have any knowledge on that sort of dynamic?
So there's definitely 2 different groups involved. The 3 that we have are all part of one group that were firing at the house.
Okay.
But there were shell casings on the porch. They presumably came from people in the house.
Correct.
Okay. Any other questions from the commission? Okay, so this was already on our agenda. A motion was made and passed at our last meeting to discuss short-term rentals. Generally, we handle requests to get stuff on the agenda on a 3-step process, where the first meeting, we don't really discuss it at all. The second meeting, we kind of flesh out what it is we want to discuss and what we want the city staff to report on. And finally, on the 3rd step, we would actually take some action, if any action is warranted. We will be discussing this on an expedited basis at our next meeting. The city attorney is investigating, researching the law and determining the extent of what we can and can't do with regard to short-term rentals. I can pretty much assure you that most of us up here view this as something of a tipping point, where as much action as we are legally able to take will most likely be taken. Did I pretty much cover everything? Anything else?
I just wanted to add that our building official, Jeff Zilke, is also looking into this because part of this with the short-term rentals is they're also part of our rental licensing program on the building department side. And this particular house was a licensed rental and had been up to date on its inspections and so on. But there may be ways through that process to tighten up enforcement, compliance, et cetera.
Okay. I think that pretty much covers it. I don't want, we need to move on. If there's something you have that you want to add or you want to bring it up later, I don't want to,
No, you've allayed my fears that we were going to go through the process when here we are in an emergency situation. So it's very pleasing that we're going to move right to an agenda item 2 weeks from now and hopefully take care of it.
Safe to say. Thank you, Chief Gruey.
One question, Chief.
Whoop, Chief. Maybe the city manager can answer your question.
No, that's okay, it's fine. So,
he's back. Sorry.
Almost escaped.
Not quite.
Are the people in custody from Birmingham? If you can answer that?
No, they're not.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we move on to appointments. Our first appointments are to the Multimodal Transportation Board. The first applicant, Laura Englund, which is a reappointment. She is home taking care of a sick kid, and unfortunately, she is online. Laura, can you hear us? You can use your raise your hand function. There you go. We'll bring you on. We don't want to keep you too long, but if you'd like to address us, tell us why you want to be reappointed to the board, fire away.
Yeah, thanks. I appreciate it. Thanks for the flexibility with the Zoom meeting. I've served 2 partial terms, so I really just wanted to continue the work. It feels like we're finally getting momentum. We've been on moratorium for a while. So really excited to just keep working with the board and with you all on really thinking ahead about how we can continue to make our city really great for all types of ways of moving around. I have been a resident, I think it says in my application, it's been almost 5 years that we've been here. We have 3 very young kids. I think I just counted today for you all. In the garage, we have 14 bikes, wagons, strollers, scooters, you name it. So we're definitely spending a lot of time on the streets. And then where I think it's really relevant that I've been able to help, personally, I grew up in Los Angeles. I have lived in Arkansas, New York City, Boston, San Francisco, before making Michigan home. So I have a lot of experience in different environments, different types of places, different, modal options, and being able to bring that to our community, along with extensive international travel. I was a competitive distance runner for years and still run a lot, so I still spend a ton of time outside. And I was also in a bad rollover wreck in college in a car and have a really unique perspective on safety. And then professionally, I've served a variety of roles in marketing, corporate strategy, and partnerships in the mobility and technology sectors. So I've spent a good bit of my career very specifically working on multimodal transportation, future vehicle modes, new business models, and how to get people to adopt them, and most importantly, how to drive trust among a community. So I think being able to understand those things, look at the research, make sense of it, but also do so in a way that works with all our residents and our stakeholders is something that I can continue to help with.
Thank you.
And that's all.
Thank you so much, and I think it's so important that the community know how qualified the people we have on our boards are. You've got my vote. Monty Huber, are you here?
I am here.
Hi, Monty. You walk a lot.
I do walk a lot. Hi. It's funny that you mentioned that because I do. It's funny how many people recognize me that don't even know me. They're like, they see my wife and I walking all the time. But we walk literally over 300 days a year in Birmingham. We love Birmingham, been a resident about 10 years. A couple of those years we're building. But I'm interested in multimodal board just because of the safety. We walk so much. I've been nearly hit, run over 15 times or more. My wife got hit 2 years ago at Chester and Maple. They come around that curve like a racetrack, and they don't, when people are driving that are going right, they look left. They don't pay any attention to people coming right. I can tell you all the dangerous intersections. I've made a note of it. People don't, even in the winter, I can tell you who doesn't shovel their driveways. And I would be willing to bet that there hasn't been a ticket issued in over 3 years, because some people never do it. And I think it's getting very dangerous out there. We were eating dinner just the other night at Zana on Tuesday night, sitting in the outside, and these 4 boys came by on those black scooters with their nice black helmets. And my wife said, "Oh my God, I hope there's nothing pulling out of the Daxton." They fly through the intersection. Friday when I was walking, 4 boys on bikes, black helmets, e-bikes, coming right down Old Woodward on the same side of the street, flew right through Pierce and such. So I know where all the things, I don't think the signage is proper in a lot of areas. We need to do more. I think it's a matter of time, not if someone gets seriously hit and hurt. There's just a lot of dangerous intersections right now.
Thank you. I failed to ask if anyone had any questions for Laura Englund. Let's see if anybody has any questions for Mr. Huber, and then we can go back to Ms. Englund if.
Thank you, because I'd like to make a comment about Laura. But Monty, you're amazing. I think we ought to get your wife to do it as well. We're lucky to have you.
Thanks.
Any other questions, comments? And did you have a comment?
I have a
about
comment
Laura?
on Laura, who has previously been on this board. I've watched her, you, Laura, in action, and you are nothing short of outstanding. And to put up with the hiccup we went through from last August to the last meeting is very encouraging. You must be an optimist, and I thank you, Laura.
Thank you.
And Monty.
I would entertain nominations. Commissioner Host.
I'd like to appoint Laura Englund as a regular member to the Multimodal Transportation Board to serve a 3-year term to expire March 24th, 2029.
All those in favor?
Yes.
Aye. Opposed? None. Another, please?
Sure, I'll make it. I would like to make a motion to appoint Monty Huber as a regular member to the Multimodal Transportation Board to serve a 3-year term to expire March 24th, 2029.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. We will stick around. We will swear you in. Laura, we'll figure out how to get you resworn.
First possible opportunity.
At the earliest opportunity. Okay. Next up, we have the Martha Baldwin Park Board. Caitlin Miner. Is Caitlin here? Hi, Caitlin. Come on up.
Hello.
Hi.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Tell us why you want to be,
So
I'm looking here to make sure you're not already on the board.
Right, no, definitely.
Okay.
So I've lived in Birmingham for about 5 years, and I wanted to look to get involved. I'm usually a registered nurse, and I stay home right now. I have 2 young daughters, 2 and 4 years old, and the parks have been a huge part of our life. They get very upset when we can't go and it's cold, and I really am appreciative of you guys making so many improvements and, other playgrounds, and that's separate. But I volunteer at my daughter's school. I could easily, do a healthcare board, but I want to do something more in the community, and not trying to downplay the role, but start somewhere small, because I don't have any board experience, and just looking to, get involved and go from there.
Great. We're happy to have you. Can I get a nomination? Does anybody have any questions? If not, let's nominate.
I'll make a nomination.
Okay.
I'd like to make a motion to appoint Caitlin Miner as a regular member to the Martha Baldwin Park Board to serve the remainder of a 4-year term to expire on May 1st, 2028.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None.
Thank you, Caitlin.
Okay, thank you. Stick around. Next up is the Birmingham Area Cable Board. Deanna Brown. Returning. Are you here, Deanna? Deanna, are you online? If she is a reappointment, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. What is the pleasure of the commission?
I'll make a motion to reappoint.
Okay.
If you do.
Give me the full.
I'm just checking if you're comfortable
vote.
with it. Okay, then make a motion to reappoint Deanna Brown as a regular member of the Birmingham Area Cable Board to serve the remainder of a 3-year term to expire May 1st, 2029.
All those in favor?
Yes.
Aye. Opposed? Excellent, thank you. Next up, we have, the planning board is on the agenda. Mr. Curry, are you here? You are here. Hi. I understand. Hi.
Duncan Curry. I'm currently a alternate member on the planning board. I did apply for the open position for regular member of the planning board. I've since learned that there's an architect who intends to apply for that position. So I think the board would be well served to include an architect. So at this point, I'd like to withdraw my application to enable the architect to apply for that regular position and continue my role as an alternate member.
Excellent. And just to note, that position is reserved for an architect if we can find one. We found one.
Apparently you did. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
That's very
We'll come back
thoughtful of
around.
you to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Curry.
Next up, we have the Architectural Review Committee. Javier Alvarez Isasi, are you here? This is also a reappointment. Mr. Isasi, I don't see you online. And so what is the pleasure of the commission regarding his reappointment to the Architectural Review Committee?
I would like to make a motion to reappoint him, since he has served a full term already, to appoint Javier Alvarez Asasi as a regular member of the Architectural Review Committee to serve the remainder of a 3-year term to expire April 11, 2029.
All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Good, thank you. All right, we move on to item 4, open.
Now she has to
Sorry.
swear
Oh,
in.
we're going to do that. We do have some people here. Sorry.
So Monty and Caitlin?
Come on up.
Yeah.
Yes, come on up. Raise your right hand.
Raise your right hand and say, "I do" after me. I do solemnly swear or affirm that I will support the Constitution of the United States of America and the Constitution of this state, and endeavor to secure and maintain an honest and efficient administration of the affairs of Birmingham, free from partisan distinction or control, and to perform the duties of the Office of Multimodal Transportation Board and Martin Baldwin Park Board according to the best of my ability.
I do.
And then you guys each have one to sign. So, yep. And then I'll finish the rest of it with the date. Okay.
Thanks.
All right.
We good? Okay, thank you. Now we move on to open to the public for matters not on the agenda. We welcome public comment, which may be limited to a certain number of minutes per person speaking, announced at the mayor's discretion at the beginning of the public comment portion of the agenda on items or discussions that do not appear anywhere else on the printed agenda. We're not going to participate in a question and answer session necessarily, and we'll take no action on any item not appearing on the agenda. The public can speak to agenda items as they occur when the presiding officer opens the floor to the public. So if you would state your name and town, city of residence, we'd be happy to hear from you.
Hi, Eve Pickman.
I'm sorry.
Before anyone speaks, if you are setting a time limit, Mayor, you ought to state how many minutes per speaker.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Hi, Eve Pickman, Birmingham. It's not an item on agenda, but it has been discussed. I'm here to talk about short-term rentals in Birmingham. The incident this past weekend was inevitable, as we have no short-term rental oversight regulation of any merit. Did a quick Google search. A website called Short-Term Rental Profit Map lists us as very investor-friendly as there are no specific short-term rental regulations. I live in the Pembroke Park, Pembroke Manor area. We have an elementary school, we have a park, we have a middle school. We have no regulations overseeing the minimum amount of time someone can be in a short-term rental. Pretty much every city, including Waterford, which is a township around us, has a 30-day minimum. Are any of you aware of why there is a 30-day minimum on a short-term rental? I'll clue you in. If you're a registered sex offender, you must report your location if you are somewhere for more than 30 days. Once again, I have a park, I have an elementary school, and I have a middle school in my neighborhood. I have multiple short-term rentals. Some are strictly Airbnb, some are Airbnb and Vrbo, but they're there, and there are lots of them. Furthermore, there is no inspection or oversight of these facilities. At least 2 of them in my neighborhood are in violation of state fire code where they have bedrooms that only have 1 point of egress. That's Michigan. That's not Oakland County. That's not Birmingham, that they are in violation of. These are my concerns and something hopefully your city attorney will look into as you go forward with your regulations. But I looked at Grosse Pointe, Rochester, Rochester Hills, Waterford, where you have to actually go before the building commission to get approved to put in a short-term rental. I lived in Waterford. They don't care what you do. They care about short-term rentals. I looked at Ann Arbor, which has zones. I looked at West Bloomfield, Bloomfield Hills, 30-day minimum. We have nothing, and we have a problem because of it. That shooting, it's what we know about. We don't know about other stuff that goes on in these short-term rentals. So that's my concern, and I appreciate y'all looking into this, but do keep that 30-day number in mind. It is there for a reason. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, before we go on, I think it's really important if I interject a piece of the law that our residents are unaware of, if I may.
Okay.
We do regulate all rentals in the city of Birmingham, including what some term short-term. We don't differentiate between the terms. We demand that all rental properties must have a license annually, and they do go through an inspection. So I think it's important for our residents to realize we do, in fact, have oversight and regulations over all rentals, which is extremely important to understand. We are going to be reporting back in 2 weeks with a lot more information and some recommendations, but I think it's important for our residents to know we do, in fact, have oversight.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry to interrupt public comment. I think it's very important.
Quite all right.
Good evening. My name is Sharon Roy, and I've been a resident of Birmingham for over 50 years. And I'm coming to you this evening with my very serious concerns about the city's ongoing relationship with flock safety and about the broader surveillance infrastructure being built around us in Oakland County. Presently, the Birmingham Police Department participates in the flock network alongside more than 500 cameras across Oakland County. And last week, during the County Board of Commissioners of Oakland County, they voted to add 7 flock drones to the network. And while I understand the benefit of drones, there were a lot of objections from the community about the addition to the flock network. I want to be very clear. I support effective, ethical policing, but what flock safety represents is something different. It is a privately held surveillance company valued at $7.5 billion with deep ties to Palantir. It is building a regional tracking network using our tax dollars, our roads, and our public trust. And every time Birmingham renews or expands its flock contract, we become a node in their network. So my specific concerns are these. Data sharing. Flock says it doesn't share directly with federal agencies, but analysis shows that local police across the county have routinely run searches on behalf of ICE and other federal partners. The Oakland County Undersheriff acknowledged his department hasn't yet received such a request, but that is not a guarantee that it won't happen. There's no state regulation. Michigan has no law governing how license plate reader data is collected, retained, or shared. 16 other states do. We are operating on promises, not on law. And there are security vulnerabilities. Security researchers have found that flock cameras have had critical vulnerabilities, including systems left completely open to the internet. There is a precedent for suspending these contracts. Ferndale ended its flock contract last fall after sustained community opposition, and Bay City has rejected flock cameras. Our community deserves the same conversation openly before contracts are signed, not after. So what I'm asking for is for Birmingham to abandon tools, not to abandon tools that protect public safety. I'm asking the commission to do what Oakland County commissioners failed to do last week. Listen to your residents first. Please conduct a full public review of Birmingham's flock contract, its terms, its data sharing permissions, very important, its renewal conditions, and hold a community forum before any renewal or expansion is approved. The residents of Birmingham deserve this sort of oversight. And thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Kathleen Devereaux.
Can we get the, Commissioner Haig, could you get the microphone situated a little bit better for her? Thank you. Perfect. Thank you. Good.
Project.
It works well.
I'm Kathleen Devereaux, and I live on Rivenoak Street in Birmingham. I'm here to address the community house bankruptcy. I know it's on the agenda later, so I'm asking to be allowed to address it
Yeah, go
right
ahead.
now. Okay. I'm just going to hit the highlights of an email which I sent and which you all have copies of. Good evening, Commissioners and Mr. Mayor, by the way. By filing for bankruptcy protection, the Community House Association has launched their most outrageous gambit yet. They are forum shopping for a court, which will let them carry out their plan to defy the deed restrictions and abandon their original charitable purpose. The association's bankruptcy petition for Chapter 11 reorganization seeks to, and I quote, A, preserve its ongoing operations, B, pursue a sale of its assets, and C, through its restructuring, continue its philanthropic mission to serve the community after the conclusion of Chapter 11, unquote. A restructuring that is not really a restructuring because they're closing the community house as of June 30th to serve a mission that was never their mission. I seriously question whether this bankruptcy filing is in good faith. I suspect it was undertaken mainly to block progress of the city's lawsuit. Most nonprofits that file Chapter 11 do so, I imagine, to stay in business. However, the Community House Association, under the guise of Chapter 11, is actually seeking a form of liquidation, allowing it to sell its historic building at 380 South Bay Street for more than $7 million, and then to begin their new identity as a community foundation. In other words, they want to have it both ways. They want to obtain debt relief, but still reap a huge profit by selling the building that represents the core of their actual mission. The Community House Association, as debtors, aren't exactly insolvent. My email contains more detail, much more,
But according to disclosures filed with the bankruptcy court, the Community House Association's assets far outweigh their secured debt and other liabilities. Those assets include an endowment of nearly $1.6 million held by the Community Foundation of Southeast Michigan. The decision to shut down operations has led to more expense, such as event deposits to be returned, retention bonuses paid to employees, and more than $65,000 so far for bankruptcy attorneys. They turned down the ECC parents' proposal to keep the ECC going, and I refer you to Kristen Boundy's letter in your packet tonight. They have also turned down all of the settlement overtures from the city, although they could reorganize, they don't want to. They want to turn the community house into cold, hard cash to fund a nonprofit that was never part of their original mission. So I ask again, can they do that? And will we let them? Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Maureen Field. I live on Norfolk Street in Birmingham, and I've lived in this community for 48 years. I urge the commission to look at the entire picture regarding the building at 400 East Lincoln Street. The city needs additional an additional place for recreation and exercise for both young and old. In other words, we need a pool. The other communities in the area have pools. This is an especially good one because it's a deep water pool, which means it's available for additional exercises and additional, it's not just a play pool. In addition to that, the building needs additional tenants. We know that Next is renting about 1/3 of the building space, 1/3 to 40% of the building space, and we need additional tenants to help pay for this building. Otherwise, the city taxpayers are going to carry the entire burden. I have been quoted, I wrote a letter to the commissioners, and I got one commissioner who said it's going to take $6 million, maybe $5 it was, I don't know, $5 or $6 million to make this ADA compliant. I don't know where that figure came from. I don't think it will. I don't understand that at all. In addition to that, the business community needs the revenue that pool members generate for lunches and shopping and things like that. And so I think that you should look at the entire picture and very seriously consider keeping the pool in operation. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kevin Kiewski. If you want to say it the Polish way, Kajuski the English way. I live right on Adams, just south of Maple. My lovely wife and 2.5-year-old daughter. I've spoken with your wonderful mayor about Community House, but that's not why I'm here. The reason why I'm here is because you were talking about the short-term rental situation. I'm kind of in a unique situation because at 6 a.m. on Saturday, I was actually en route to go to Michigan State Law School to judge the 1Ls in their final competition. And how do I get there? I go on Adams, and then I take a right on Lincoln in order to get to Southfield to make my journey. On Lincoln, if you actually turn the other way, of course, that's where the shooting happened. But that shooting actually happened at a parcel, or more so property, that my wife and I own. The bullets actually went into that home, went into the kitchen, went into the windows, and in fact, not only did the bullets go through that home, it went into the next home right next door as well. It went through 2 homes. Now, I believe in terms of your city attorney and this particular commission, you will take the action, I'm sure, that is absolutely necessary to address short-term rentals. I just want to bring something to your attention really quickly, because when speaking with the neighbors in that particular community, they actually told me that several times that particular venue or that home was treated as a party place. And frankly, it was sort of like a whole bunch of transients coming in there. And apparently, I wasn't aware until about this a few days ago, several people made complaints to individuals at the city. I don't know to whom or to the individuals that they spoke with, but apparently this was really widely known in that particular community. And I've been here in Birmingham for quite a few years, but what I'm very concerned about is really the future of the city. Because I take a look at the individual, I'm actually leasing that particular, which is a licensed rental, but the individual I'm leasing that home to, he's actually a surgical resident right now. 2 years he actually signed a lease for. And what did my wife and I get today? A text message saying, I do not feel safe to live here in Birmingham. This guy is going to be a surgical resident, probably operating on gunshot victims all the time, right? He's in his training phase. It would be lovely if we're able to, attract and maintain the talent that we need. But he's really shooken up about this, and I don't blame him. Good thing for him he wasn't home, because he was actually in a long shift already at the hospital doing his surgical residential work. I see that my time is almost up, but I would actually, ask the City Commission, it would behoove you to take a look, for example, Ann Arbor, in addition to Dearborn, because in terms of short-term rentals, they largely prohibited them. And in fact, they put them into particular zones. So I would kindly ask this commission to take a look into that. I know you're going to take the appropriate action, and I'm not going to get into the details, but my wife and I are going to be taking some legal action against the landowner next door that knew about this and permitted this to occur anyway. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Hi.
Hello, my name is Steve Sandy, Birmingham resident. I live on Suffield Avenue in the city of Birmingham. And I am an Airbnb owner, short-term rental owner in the city of Birmingham as well. My children attend Seaholm High School, and I got concerned just as everyone else did when I heard about the issues that happened on East Lincoln. Now, Birmingham has about 95 short-term rentals. I don't know if you knew that or not. And the vast majority of people who stay in rentals, short-term rentals, are from Bloomfield Hills and Birmingham. They are our neighbors when their houses get renovated or when they come back into town for those family vacations. So I do think that the bad apples should definitely be dealt with. This particular property did not become a short-term rental until November or December of this year. And since it became a short-term rental, there have been nothing but problems of all types with it. But that is not the norm. You could check the history, and I was speaking to the chief to see if he had any way of categorizing what kind of reports and complaints you get from those. But the vast majority of people that stay, they stay long-term. They're business people, they're community members in the city, and most of us are good actors. So I would hate that the city would just paint everything with a broad brush, because Birmingham residents, when they travel, I'm sure they like to use short-term rentals as well from time to time. So I think there is a fair way to do this, and I don't think we should tolerate this kind of violence, disrespect, or danger in our community. But I'm against any kind of blanket condemnation of all owners, or for that matter, all guests, because the guests and the people that stay there are also our neighbors and are also residents of the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
David Bloom, Birmingham resident. I think we should be we are very lucky and should all be grateful for the legal research that you heard tonight from one of our residents, and I forget her name, about the community house situation. I believe I've seen something that she'd submitted in a prior communication to the city that was in one of the packets. And I looked at it and says, wow, we got free lawyer work. I think for this matter, you're going to need a really, really good bankruptcy lawyer. When I saw that there was a $2 million loan from a credit union, I had never heard of getting a mortgage from a credit union for like a business, but I guess it happens. And I'm just wondering, why did they go to a credit union? And I don't know what the legal requirements for getting that mortgage were, but it seems to me that they pledged assets in exchange for the loan, if they couldn't repay it, to the credit union, that they might not be able to deliver on, given the potential deed restrictions that are there. So I don't know if maybe they couldn't get it from a bank, maybe they had friends at the credit union, maybe the credit union wasn't as thorough as they should have been. I don't know. I'm just suggesting that those are questions that you might want to ask. Also, from what I had read in the Cranes article, there's a $2 million secured loan and $1 million of unsecured credit, and the property is valued at $6 million. I don't know if this would help, but I'm sure the bank would want to get paid if Birmingham wrote them a check, and the unsecured creditors would want to get their $1 million back, and then Birmingham holds the notes, and maybe or maybe not, again, a bankruptcy lawyer would have to tell you, our city attorney would have to tell you if that would give the city any more leverage in negotiating with the community house. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you allow a package deal?
Sure. Come on down.
So Eric Kohler, resident since 2000 on Lincoln. So I wanted to provide some additional perspective on what happened. Maybe we live about 6 houses down. We obviously heard and were experiencing that entire event all day. There's actually 3 Airbnbs on that block. One of them is directly across the street from our house. So we have very good experience of observations of how that really is happening on a day-to-day basis. I want to make sure that the committee here is looking at the police reports and calls that have been made. We've made many calls on parties. You can imagine when the host advertises it as a good place for parties or groups to attend, this encourages that kind of dynamic. Many cars parked in the street, full driveway. We had a film shot out there with large trucks lighting at night. We called, and the police is always very responsive, but they are limited in what they can do, of course. But again, I wanted to provide this additional perspective. We see a lot of parties, a lot of issues. I agree with the other individual, my neighbor here, who mentioned this was inevitable. I think it was. We see weird dynamics. We've had dog abuse that we called just a couple months ago where I think a dog died because we tried to interact with that renter, and they ignored our concerns about their dog running wild on Lincoln with cars screeching to a halt and not hit the dog. Didn't seem concerned and left it out there to run around. And eventually, we believe it froze to death in the backyard. These are not our neighbors. These are not, unfortunately, in my experience, I don't want to speak to how you've been experiencing that. These are out-of-towners that are using that to experience Birmingham, of course, and I understand that. But the short-term rental back to the 30-day, I think that's maybe one good way to look at it. We have a lot of bad experience, and it's weekly. It's weekly, and the renters are a couple days to 5 days at the most, and it's typically, I would say 50%, 25% to 50% of the time it's an issue we're calling. So please look at the records, you'll see that. I think you'll see that with the house that actually had the event. Many calls from my neighbor, we talked to them, they also were calling and letting the police department know that there's parties, it was loud, they had to come there and shut it down. So it was a known issue. And then maybe while I'm here, I have the time, and I'm not typically in these types of environments, please look at East Lincoln. I lived there for 20 years, I've seen it change. It is a high-speed thoroughfare. People are using that to cut through. I'm sure Google Maps has encouraged people to find that route to cut through, and the speeds are excessive. I know the city's trying to look at that for improving the road, maybe doing bollards like on West Lincoln, but please look at that as well. That is a forgotten part of your city. That side, that area, it doesn't feel like the other side, and I don't think the residents maybe deserve that. Anything to add?
Well,
Yes, I guess your 3 minutes, my 3 minutes, or maybe something like that. This is my husband.
You can take,
I'll
go
take
ahead.
a minute.
Go ahead.
I'm Kelly Kozlowski, no relation to the commissioner that I'm aware of. This is my husband. And I would just add, I appreciate that the city has some regulations in place regarding short-term rentals, and that may account for some of the challenges living in a community that includes them. I don't think it accounts for all of the challenges. And at the most basic level, you know, when you think about what makes a community, I know my neighbors. If I ever have an issue with a neighbor, it's easy for me to go next door, across the street, and chat with them. We know each other's names, we know each other's routines, we're looking out for each other's lots. When you have a short-term rental, that doesn't exist. My husband explained a situation where we were just trying to help out, make sure that a dog was taken care of. And the hostility that I got from that renter for even, having an interest in the dog's well-being, and then for it to lead to the dog actually dying, that seems really unreasonable to me. And every time we've dealt with the Birmingham police, they've been incredibly responsive, very respectful, very helpful. And also, what they tell us every time when we call about the short-term rental and when we ask, what can be done, just keep calling whenever you have an issue. And that feels like a very reactive way to deal with the problem. And if I have to wait for someone to throw a party, and if I have to wait for there to be another shooting, or have to wait for something to happen to someone or some animal on my block, suddenly it's not a community that I want to live in. So I just appreciate the consideration. Hopefully it's helpful for you to hear from people who live on that block, who woke up to that, who spent the weekend dealing with that. It's not just a one-time frustration. This is an ongoing frustration that really changes the nature of the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for coming in. And please stay engaged, okay? Thank you. Anyone else? Have we done anything? We're not going to meet for a week. So there's another weekend in between now and our next meeting. Has that rental been, is that a crime scene? Has it been?
Off the platform.
Is it yours?
It's off the platform.
Is it yours?
It's not. No.
Oh, okay.
A point.
I'm sorry, I did not intend to open a free-for-all.
I just want to give
Hold on.
context.
The city attorney has something to
I'm
say.
sure the city manager has already put this in the works to investigate, but there is an opportunity under the ordinance that I was referencing to revoke a permit.
Okay, good. Thank you. All right. We're done with open to the public for matters not on the agenda.
Online.
Did you have a comment on a?
Specific to that listing.
Okay.
It was advertised on both Airbnb and Vrbo. The Airbnb was pulled down almost immediately. Last time I looked, which was
Okay, that's what
last
he
night,
just said.
Vrbo had it as actively taking reservations.
Okay. I don't know that we can do anything about that. Maybe they can do something about it. At least you now know. Thank you. We're going to move on to the consent agenda. All items listed on the consent agenda are considered to be routine and will be enacted by one motion and approved by a roll call vote. There will be no separate discussion of the items unless a commissioner or a citizen so requests, in which event the item will be removed from the general order of business and considered later. So would anyone on the commission like to remove an item?
Yes, H Hotel.
H. Item H by Commissioner Kozlowski. And anyone else? Anyone in the public, either in the room or online, like to remove an item from the consent agenda? Okay, seeing none, can I get a resolution or a motion,
Can I
please?
make a motion?
Yes, please.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the consent agenda, including items A through K, with the exception of item H that has been pulled.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Commissioner Kolb?
Yes.
Commissioner Haig?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Long?
Yes.
Commissioner Host?
Yes.
Commissioner Kozlowski?
Yes.
Commissioner Therese Long?
Yes.
Mayor Bowden?
Yes. Okay, let's consider, is it okay if we consider item H right now?
Yes. Sure.
Okay. Commissioner Kozlowski.
All right, so I was a little bit frustrated to see this. I was a little bit frustrated with the original plan because it cuts off pedestrian access on Woodward on the east side, and there is no sidewalk on Woodward on the west side. And seeing that this has now been delayed, and I was under the impression that the sidewalk would only be closed for the duration of demolition. But now it looks like, well, it's actually going to be closed at least through August of '26, and that is maybe without the delay. So it is not really clear to me when exactly Woodward will be navigable to pedestrians again.
Are you saying that if you are walking north or south on either side of
There
Woodward?
is no sidewalk on the west side of Woodward.
Okay.
Right by there.
555, right?
Right. Right, it
But on
gets down
the
to that
east
funny
side,
ledge.
we have completely eliminated the sidewalk.
That is my reading. I mean, that is my experience being down there recently, and that is my reading of these diagrams about what it's going to look like in the
And
future.
that's your concern, and your question might be, is there
Well-
anything we can do to make this more pedestrian-friendly?
Well, to make it more pedestrian-friendly and to expedite in both this case and future cases, because I don't like feeling like when somebody says, oh, I can't actually finish the project on time, we just have to say, well, what are you going to do? We'll just give you an extension. That, blocking the right-of-way is an important taking of public goods, and we should have some sort of way to incentivize people to complete their projects on time or somehow compensate the public for their consumption of public resources.
Okay.
Can we take their bond back?
I don't think they have.
Okay.
But
I'm sorry. Hold on. Let's. Mr. Zelinski, do you have something to offer?
Yeah, I'm standing in for Melissa tonight, so I was just
Okay.
going to pull up the actual diagrams for the different items.
Have we received any complaints from residents about the closure of the sidewalk on the east side of Woodward in front
I
of?
have not heard of any, no.
Have you received any direct complaints from residents about the issue?
none other than myself.
Has anyone on the commission heard anything about this?
Sorry, I was just...
Have you heard any complaints from residents about the closure of the sidewalk on the east side of Woodward?
Not yet, but it's coming.
All right.
From me, because I can't walk that way myself.
Okay. Now, I've walked on the west side, and while there's no sidewalk, you can walk through the sort of dumpster area of 555.
It's not totally
right?
unnavigable.
Okay, it's not completely unnavigable, but it would force you, if you were on the east side, to cross over to the west side and continue on and then come back. He's going to find a picture that's going to show what you're describing. I'm not sure there's any, what are you proposing? Are you proposing we deny this?
I am not proposing we deny this because I don't think we have in the past. I'm mostly saying that this frustrates me, and I think that should something like this come up again, we should probably have something in our back pocket to sort of light a fire under them to say, we really value these public rights of way being open, especially as a walkable city. We value this passageway being walkable, and we're going to expect you to treat that with some seriousness. So that was the primary reason I pulled it, was just to point out my frustration and the feeling that we should not always just extend at the pleasure of whomever is preventing pedestrian access to our streets.
Okay, I think that the city manager can hear what you're saying. It is a fairly serious thing when we block access to pedestrians. In this case, I believe it was necessary. They wouldn't be doing it if they, and they're also, aren't they improving Elm Street, that short section of Elm? So in a way, we're getting something in return. I want to move this along because we're either going to approve this or deny it, and that's what we need to do. And we have a big agenda, so go ahead with whatever comment you have.
With him on penalties, I'm just curious if this has influenced the loss of the T-Mobile store on Elm, because I noticed it was empty the other day. Has that destroyed their foot traffic? Because I walk to that store. Now I have to drive to Troy.
I have not heard any comments regarding that being a factor impacting the decision to leave.
Okay, all right, that's all I wanted to know.
Does Scott have anything to say?
So this is showing Phase 3, which is to come after they do Phase 1, the new Phase 1 that we're describing, and there is supposed to be pedestrian traffic. That's what that orange is along here. That is supposed to be a pathway so that they can actually get through this area. And I can tell you from during the winter, it was not slowing down foot traffic. The fact that the sidewalk was actually cut off, we could see in the snow lots of foot traffic in the area. They were working their way through that area, even though there wasn't truly a sidewalk there, even though the detour had them going around the block technically.
So were the people walking around the barricade through Woodward, or were they just like?
They were in the right-of-way space off the edge of Elm, and that they weren't actively walking into Woodward.
Okay, this was on Elm.
Yep.
Okay.
Would it be sufficient for someone to say, I move the suggested resolution?
Hold it.
Yes.
Hold it.
Okay.
Because I want to make a comment.
Sure.
And that is, all of the taxpayers own the public roads, the sidewalks, the easements. And for us to continue to give away the rights of our assets at no cost to the developers is not prudent.
Again, City Manager, is the developer paying to redo Elm Street between Woodward and Bowers?
Yes.
So one might say the city is getting something in return?
Yes.
Thank you. Can I get a motion?
Sure, I can move it if you want. I move a resolution to approve the addendum to this construction staging area and construction coordination agreement with Lavery, Michigan Dealership Properties, No. 1 LLC, and Satchi Construction and Development for the coordination of construction activities related to 34350 Woodward Avenue on South Elm Street and Haynes Street, and to authorize the mayor and the city clerk to sign the agreement on behalf of the city.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Mayor Ballard,
Yes.
Commissioner Therese Long,
Yes.
Commissioner Kozowski,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Law,
Yes.
Commissioner Host,
Yes.
Commissioner Haig,
Yes.
Commissioner Polk.
Yes. Thank you. We have no city manager's report tonight. We move on to item 7, unfinished business. A, public hearing regarding 298 South Old Woodward, the Daxton. This is for a special land use permit and final site plan and design review. We're going to open the public hearing at 8:21 p.m. and hear from city staff.
Thank you, Mayor Ballard. Nick Dupuy, Planning Director. Hello. If I may, I'll give you the short version. We have heard this several times, but I thought since it's been a while and since there's a lot of public here, I'll just give you the Cliff Notes version and I'll answer questions as necessary. So this is the Daxton Hotel. It is a special land use permit amendment. They've got a special land use permit to allow the sale of alcohol for on-premise consumption. Unrelated, though, they've got a project going on where they are looking to bring their laundry facilities in-house. As of right now, they contracted out, and it very related to the amount of deliveries on site. They're looking to bring that facility within the building, which will displace another facility, the solid waste facility, already has displaced the solid waste facility into the existing approved off-street loading space, which is a requirement of a development that size. So what they're proposing is to, instead of what feels like 250 roll-off carts that they store in that off-street loading space, to introduce a large compactor, a trash compactor, which would effectively eliminate the off-street loading space. That is a requirement of our zoning ordinance. They've been to the planning board, received a recommendation to approve. They did receive, the Board of Zoning Appeals did approve a variance for one off-street loading space. So their last stop is here as the final say in their special land use permit amendment. Of course, I've got representatives from the Daxton here for more questions. I may wrap up by suggesting the last public hearing was postponed to allow us, council, staff, to look through the SLUP language, special land use permit language, to see if there's anything we could add to kind of increase enforceability. I understand those conversations were had, and if I may summarize, I think the parties agreed that there was sufficient language within that existing contract. So we're here. Things were unchanged, so you're not crazy thinking they're unchanged, and I guess I'll kick it back to you. Mayor Ballard?
Okay, quick question with regard to the planning board. They make a recommendation to us, and they
Correct.
recommended approval. The BZA makes no recommendation to us. They simply approve or deny variance, which they have approved, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Is the applicant here, and would you like to approach and make any comments, reports, say anything you want to say?
Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Ian Fleming. I'm the Director of Operations.
Wait, did you say Ian Fleming?
Yes. Not the author, although I wish. We think this application is a great way to reduce the deliveries coming into the property and laundry going out of the property up to 3 times a day. So this has a significant reduction in the overall volume.
Excuse me.
That it? Okay, then we will take comments from the public. If there's anyone in the room who would like to comment, please approach the microphone. I see somebody on the move. If you're online, be prepared to press the raise your hand button. I think we know who you are, but state your name and city of residence, please.
David Bloom, Birmingham. Yesterday, I walked by on Brown Street, the property, and I believe there are 2 garage doors there. One that goes to an underground garage, and the other is the loading dock. And it was full of garbage receptacles. And I was before this commission quite a while ago and complained about it because I had seen traffic blocked on Brown Street because a truck delivering goods to the Daxton was parked on the other side of the street, and then they were like unloading stuff and taking stuff across the street. I don't know what we do with this property because it's already there and it's a significant building and the hotel's important to our community. We allow development and we have rules, and then it seems to me that the architects didn't design the property right, or they decided to use it differently, but basically they have a loading dock that's not a loading dock. I guess it's good that they're proposing to reduce the deliveries. I just think this creates a whole bunch of questions that require more than the 5 minutes that you have for this discussion as to why and how we approve things and what's the right thing to do for that loading dock that's not a loading dock. And do we want this kind of development? I don't think anyone is against good development, but is it good development when we're cramming buildings in and they have a loading dock that they can't even use because it's full of garbage cans? So I just think this requires a lot more dialogue. I don't know, I'm assuming you're going to approve this, but maybe there's some other questions and discussions that have to happen between this commission and the planning board and looking at future development and discussions to be had with the Daxton about why something was developed and put in that is not able to be utilized properly. Thank you.
May I ask, in the interest of saving time, or assuming that there's a motion to approve this, are you speaking in favor or against that motion?
I don't know enough about it. I'm just concerned that it's been going on for a long time.
Okay.
And we've got a loading dock that's not a loading dock. And they're looking to make some other arrangements with the city for it. I don't know if it's good or bad. I would just encourage you if the
You
planning
answered
board-
my question.
Thank you.
Thanks. Thanks. Appreciate it. Any other comments from the public? Anybody online will use the raise your hand function? We will, seeing none, close the public hearing at 8:28 p.m. I have a question. The terms of this SLUP and any changes in operations that might occur according to the SLUP, have you already implemented those changes, or are you waiting for the SLUP to be approved to then implement whatever changes? You'll have to come up. In other words, can the public expect that whatever this spells out is already occurring, or do they need to wait and be patient until we finalize the agreement?
There will be some patience required to reduce some of the overall deliveries. We have already made efforts to bring any delivery that we can down below the building through our garage, rather than have it off-site or off the streets.
Okay, thank you. One more question for the city manager. This came up the last time around, I think. I don't know if it was this issue or not. When we designed Old Woodward with the center lane, did we anticipate that it would be used occasionally for deliveries?
Yes, we did.
Thank you. Open it up to the commission. Commissioner Long, I think, had her hand up.
I was going to comment that the last time this item was before us, we heard assurances from the Daxton that they were going to reach out to all their vendors and ask them to switch from large semi-trailer type delivery to the smaller box trucks and vans that would move the deliveries into the other garage door, into the underground, and do their very, very best to not allow and to communicate to their vendors that they were not allowed to have delivery trucks parked on Brown.
Is there a question in there?
Nope, I'm just saying, to
Well, I'll
reassure
ask it.
Mr. Bloom, we have anticipated this and discussed it.
Sure.
Along those lines, well, just along those
go
lines,
ahead.
if I may. I had asked when this came up before and we adjourned it or tabled it, whether we could have language where they committed to use their best efforts and what have you. And my understanding is that they did so as part of the SLUP. And Mary, can you talk to that?
Yes, there was the conditions that were already implemented to state the applicant may only receive deliveries at the hotel through van or similar-sized vehicles that deliver within the lower floor parking facility on site. That language is baked into the special land use permit, which they signed.
So I asked if they do it, they went ahead and did it, and it's in the SLUP as of right now, just so everybody's clear.
Okay. Commissioner Hudson.
Mary, when was that enacted, the SLUP with the new language?
It was, but that language was there the last time this was presented
It's
to the
not been
commission.
enacted. We would enact it tonight.
Tonight? Okay.
They signed it last time it was in front of you, is the
Okay.
point, though.
Well, I have a comment, and that is, by design, it has 2 truck wells. They've never used one of the truck wells other than for staging containers. And the fact that there are so many vehicles that are delivering to the Daxton out in the center lane on Old Woodward, this doesn't make any sense that we're going to allow them to shut down a legitimate truck well when they're unloading in front of the building when it's a safety hazard.
Do you have any idea how many deliveries you take a day?
I would say about 7 to 8 deliveries per day.
7 to 8 a day. And how many of those are linens?
Linen is 3.
So 3 out of 7, that's 40%. So by shifting to in-house linen service, you're going to automatically eliminate 40%-ish of the deliveries per day.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. The existing, as he calls it, bay loading zone, a truck has to back into that, correct?
Right.
It's on Brown, it's on the north side of Brown. What does a truck have to do in order to back into that space?
Shut down traffic.
Yep.
And they can't currently with construction.
Is there anything more you want to say? And they can't currently with the
Can't currently with construction going on.
because that's occupying.
Yes, they cannot get a truck into that space.
Okay.
Right.
Additionally, the truck drivers have damaged their trucks doing that, and so many refuse to do that, if that is even an option.
And were you on the planning, were you the planner when this thing was, who who was the city planner when the site plan was approved for the Daxton?
That is a good question, because it went on for quite some time.
Okay.
I think that potentially I was.
I'm going to venture, and you can tell me whether this is reasonably accurate, that nobody saw that loading dock as a feasible thing, but it was put in there because we required it.
It was required.
That's all I have to say.
So I would feel a lot more comfortable if there was actually proof of action. I walk by that hotel every day, and there are always 2 or 3 trucks in the center lane, and they're walking through your bellman. Tell the bellman not to let them in the hotel. You got to go downstairs to bring this stuff in. You can self-police this on our behalf and on your behalf.
Absolutely.
And on the behalf of the community. It's based on our last conversation when we discussed this, I'm surprised that that wasn't kind of self-evident.
Can you do that?
Yes, we can, absolutely.
You will
We
will give the bellman the authority to
police
talk
the
to the
entrance.
truckers?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to move this along. Yes.
Kind of 2 questions. Okay, so you want to turn it into a trash compactor. You still need a truck to take the trash away, right?
Yes.
How's that truck going to get to the trash?
We have tested this already, and they have been able to make that turn to pull it out. It will have sort of a function to pull the trash compactor to the front rather than have the truck pull all the way in.
But the truck blocks the traffic to turn in there. So you're not actually changing any traffic blocking condition whatsoever.
We will reduce the amount of times that there is a pickup per week. So currently, there's 6 times per week where they pick up, and they have to pause the truck on Brown while they take all the roll-offs and empty them into their truck. This will be a much quicker process with a reduced number of pickups per week.
Which is what?
3 to 4.
Okay. Next question. You're limited to van size or smaller, not box trucks like my colleague said, vans. There's a very specific difference there. What happens when you need a larger delivery to come in? What's your plan? Do you have a plan, and what is it?
We would make every action to make that as quickly as possible, but it's likely that there will still have to be some deliveries in that center lane, just due to what types of trucks they may arrive on. I think that's somewhat a condition of being in the city and not having the full ability to make a turn into that truck bed.
Have you spoken with the business behind you that has a private parking lot with a barrier to see if they would lease you space for temporary unloading purposes?
Yes, we have, and they refused us.
Okay, all right. It's fairly telling all by itself.
Good?
Yeah.
Okay.
While he's here.
Yeah, sure.
Ian, can you, once 370 West Brown stops construction, is that second truck well available? You know, once they put the meters back on the parking meters and...
There's no second truck well for delivery. There is a ramp in and a ramp out, and then there's one truck well for delivery.
Namely, trucks can't pull into where you have all those containers.
That's the only well that we have, and that's where the trash compactor would go.
Yeah, well, no, the point is those are two different truck wells. They're side by side, but one is used for your containers.
No.
No?
No.
No, the one on the left is the ramp down to the garage.
That's the entrance into the garage.
On Old Woodward, there's, right?
On Old Woodward, there's the exit out of the building. Yes.
Okay. Any further comment? Okay, I'm gonna just make the comment that, you know, we're a city. This is an asset to the city. It's not a perfect situation. We anticipated that there would be this kind of traffic, occasional disruption, and the net effect, I believe, of what they're proposing is a reduction in the amount of disruption, possibly a significant if you take, you remove 40% of the linen, the trucks, and the rest over time are able to go in the basement. Hallelujah, right? Motion?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion adopting a resolution to approve the special land use permit amendment and final site plan and design review application for 298 South Old Woodward to permit the modification of the existing required off-street loading facility to make room for a new in-house laundry facilities and a new trash compactor.
Second.
Comment from the commission on the motion? Okay.
Could the city attorney read us the slup?
The whole slope?
No, not the whole slup.
Slup is in our packet.
The paragraph that pertains to what we're voting on.
You're voting on the entire slot, so I can't just read the
I think what he
paragraph.
means is the part that you guys were talking about earlier with
What are you putting in there?
trucks and enforcement
Whereas
or
the
whatever.
Birmingham Planning Board on May 28, 2025 reviewed the application for special land use permit amendment and final site plan and design review and moved to adopt the findings of the Planning Department in the report dated May 28, 2025, and the applicant's statement as to the way in which deliveries function at the present time that were made on the record related to the approval criteria outlined in Article 7, Section 7.27 and 7.36 of the zoning ordinance, and to recommend that the City Commission approve the special land use permit amendment and final site plan and design review application for 298 South Old Woodward, Daxton Hotel, with the following conditions. 1, the applicant may only receive deliveries at the hotel through van or similar-sized vehicles that deliver within the lower floor parking facility on site. 2, the applicant must submit the revised site plans demonstrating an off-street loading facility that meets the minimum requirements of the zoning ordinance to obtain a variance from the Board of Zoning Appeals, which I believe they did. 3, the applicant must comply with the requests of all city departments.
Thank you.
Sure.
Okay. Commissioner Haig.
Fundamentally, I only see one flaw, which makes me very torn on this. If we follow the letter of the law as it's written, it takes one incident, we can pull the slup, which is an extremely binary way of looking at things. Effectively, I mean, if there's a deviation, then we can pull it. Do we want to do that? No. So I'm wondering if there's more of a graduated response, because yes, we've heard self-policing, but I don't want it to be this binary. We use discretion. I'd just like to have something that's a little bit more formalized with the discretion so that we don't end up in he says, she says, or any unpleasantness.
Commissioner, we have a motion on the table.
We do, and I don't
I'm not sure
necessarily
whether
agree with
you're
it.
speaking in favor of the motion or
I'm
you're
looking for
opposed to the
guidance
motion.
because
At this point, we're either going to approve or deny the motion. We're going to take a vote. The time for talking about tweaking this slup is past. I'm sorry, but that's how we work. There's a motion, a second. If you have a comment on the motion, great. Otherwise, let's move to a vote.
you didn't let me speak at the last meeting on it. You shut me down, so I didn't have a chance to say it then. So this was my only opportunity. Go back and review the records. So I take the opportunity when it's given to me. Sorry.
Okay, the opportunity was during the discussion. There was extensive discussion back and forth with the owner or the representative of the property, with the city attorney. Are there any other comments on the motion? Roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Day?
Yes.
Mayor Ballard?
Yes.
Commissioner Host?
Yes.
Commissioner Kozlowski?
Yes.
Commissioner Kolb?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Lowe?
Yes.
Commissioner Teresa?
Yes.
All right, we move to item B of unfinished business, a resolution to approve the updated design for the North Old Woodward project. Mr. Zelinski, on behalf of the city engineer.
Yes. So this was previously in front of you guys for review. For those that aren't aware, this is for a paving project with some water main replacement on the north end of Old Woodward. There'd be some minor sewer improvements as well. The main items that they changed in the design are removal of a pull-off lane for the smart bus within the project limits on the north side, or on the west side of North Old Woodward. And they talked with SMART about also removing another bus stop that they found to be unnecessary outside of the proposed limits. And that the newer bus stop where we're actually putting a structure up by south of Oak Street, they found to be sufficient for their operations. This is resulting in 5 extra spaces on the west side of the road. And additionally, they were able to accommodate in 9 extra spaces on the east side of the curb, roughly across from where Bloomfield Court is. And that layout is feasible in that area, with the exception of it does require the removal of 6 evergreen trees. I can tell you that there's at least one of them that we were already eyeing for removal, so it's not all loss. And that's the Cliff Notes version of it. If there are any specific questions, we do have the designer from Nowak and Frous on the line if there's some specific questions.
My understanding is that delivered what we wanted.
Yes.
In fact, maybe even more in terms of parking.
Yes.
Right?
There's more.
Okay.
Yep.
And I just wanted to add that although there is a row of trees that'll be removed, there's still another row of trees that's in that same area. So there'll still be trees there. It won't be as thick as it is.
Okay.
Does that prevent us from planting new ones anywhere in the area?
As per normal, we will find ways to replace the trees.
I just wanted to check.
We are Tree City, USA.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can I ask one question?
Sure.
Yeah, quick one. I thought when I was reading this, it said like 2 bus stops had been moved,
Yes.
and they're
There were
basically
3.
all being consolidated into that corner south of Oak, where we're going to install a bus shelter.
Yes.
Cool, thank you.
Great. Any other comments?
Make a motion.
Hold on. Anybody in the public? Online? Raise your hand. Online? Nobody? Okay. I'll take a motion.
Make a motion.
Please.
All right, make a motion adopting a resolution to approve the proposed updated design for the North Old Woodward project.
Roll call,
Shortest one I think I've ever read.
Mayor Ballard?
Yes?
Commissioner Therese Long?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Long?
Yes.
Commissioner Kozlowski?
Yes.
Commissioner Post?
Yes.
Commissioner Hayes?
Yes.
Commissioner Cole?
Yes.
Okay, now we move to new business. Item 8A is a public hearing of necessity for a staircase special assessment district in the Little San Francisco neighborhood. We're going to open the public hearing at 8:46 p.m. Fire away.
So in short, this item's been before you guys before. Originally, there were 5 staircases that were going to be part of this assessment district. After further discussion with the residents, it came down to just 1 that is wanted. The resident will be required to pay 100% of the cost associated with that staircase for access to that sidewalk area as part of that wall work and all that.
I think we're familiar with the project. Does anybody have any questions or comments? I'm sorry. Anybody in the room? It's a public hearing. Anybody online? Use the raise your hand function. Seeing none, we're going to close the public hearing at 8:47 p.m. And now, any comments? Somebody like to, and the motion must be thorough?
For this particular one, only tonight, I will accept the suggested commission action language, just that language.
Then I'll do it.
Suggested commission action. That is what you need.
Okay, yeah, I move the suggested commission action.
Don't get used to that.
Yeah, okay. Well, we're not going to have Anthony Long to take us
Give us all
through
the
these
legalese.
I'll second.
dissertations.
Second. All right. Roll call.
Commissioner Long?
Yes.
Commissioner Cole?
Yes.
Commissioner Kozlowski?
Yes.
Commissioner Hayes?
Yes.
Mayor Ballard?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Anthony Long?
Yes.
Commissioner Post?
Yes.
Excellent. Moving right along, we have another public hearing on a special land use permit and final site plan and design review application for 211 Hamilton Row. That is an establishment called Number 28. We're going to open the public hearing at 8:49 p.m. Hi, Leah.
Hi.
Blazinski.
Hi, thank you. Leah Blazinski, City Planner. As stated, the project tonight is a public hearing for 211 Hamilton Row for number 28 for a special land use permit, final site plan and design review. This site is located in the B4 Business Residential District and the D4 Downtown Overlay, and we received an application for the special land use permit, final site plan design review for a new food and drink establishment. The application proposes a new restaurant serving alcoholic beverages for on-premise consumption, which includes extensive interior renovation and the addition of a new outdoor dining patio. The tenant space is currently a vacant first-floor tenant space. It's located within an existing 5-story commercial building that is known as the Palladium Building. The liquor license to be utilized for this establishment is an existing Birmingham Class C regular license, which is a full liquor license, and it's not subject to bistro requirements. So the new proposed restaurant, named Number 28, was described in the application as a small, intimate indoor setting with food prepared and provided through the adjacent kitchen of Terra Kitchen and Cocktails, as well as a concept taking place in the restaurant, which I'm sure they'll describe when you talk to the applicant, a sushi concept. So Chapter 10, sorry, skipped a part. So they did indicate that the hours of operation would be Wednesday through Sunday until 2 a.m., and that they're reserving Monday and Tuesday for private events. Chapter 10, Section 10-42 of the Birmingham Code of Ordinances says that any and all transfers of a license for consumption of alcoholic beverages for intoxicating liquor on premises requires the approval of City Commission, so we're here tonight. And the licensee must comply with all provisions of the contract and special land use permit. So in addition to the special land use permit and final site plan and design review, the applicant is also required to submit an application to the city clerk to perform an investigation into the applicant. So they look into a complete history of past business experience and liquor law violations if they have any. That process can be completed at the time of the public hearing, and a lot of times we do that here in Birmingham. So you would see that with a special land use permit. However, it's not required, and in this instance, we decided to bifurcate the two items for the benefit of the scheduled public hearing today. So the applicant has indicated that they're working with the Birmingham Police Department, and they are in the process of completing that second part of the process. On August 27, 2026, the Planning Board moved to recommend approval to the City Commission of the special land use permit, final site plan and design review application, and subject to the conditions listed in the packet. There are 5 of them. The design considerations for this site, they're proposing an 8-seat, 143 square foot outdoor dining patio that's directly in front of the tenant space, and this patio is proposed on private property, so they will be expected to apply for an outdoor dining permit annually once the site plan is approved for that. And so as I stated before, so the Planning Department requested the City Commission adopt a resolution to approve the special land use permit and final site plan and design review application for 211 Hamilton Row. As I stated before, we typically would see that liquor license investigation at the same time, but as we aren't seeing that tonight, we just recommended that you add a condition that the approval of the special land use permit and final site plan and design review is conditioned upon the applicant completing the required investigation pursuant to Chapter 10, Section 10-43 of the Birmingham Code of Ordinances. And so we have that suggested commission action in your packet, and I'm happy to answer any questions. The applicant is here tonight as well. I'm sure they'd love to talk to you about their concept.
Good evening, Kevin Biddison, Biddison Architecture, 320 Martin Street. I'm here to represent the owners and as well Randy, who is the owner of the Terra Restaurant, is also going to be managing this development. So he has a great record and been doing a great job at that restaurant, and we're excited to see him expand a little bit. As well, Jordan Jonah, the owner, who also owns the license. If there's any questions relative to that, I'd be happy to speak about the existing license. As the was stated, the use of the Terra Restaurant really is this operation, and I'll let Randy speak a little bit more to it if there's a specific question, but this is basically fresh sushi every day. It'll be brought in fresh every day, and it's gone at the end of the day. So this is not a cooking. There's no cooking within this facility. They're not going to be dragging food back and forth from Terra. It's not that type of a connection. It's more of a managerial type connection. So if you have anything specific relative to that, he'd be happy to answer that. But it is a omakase bar where you're going to sit at the bar and you're going to interact with the sushi chef. And it's not a bar to sit there and bend your elbow and have a drink, even though you will have a drink while you're participating in that. Any other general questions? Be happy to. I'm sure one of the three of us can handle that for you.
You guys good with that?
Yeah.
Okay. Anybody in the room, in the public, have a comment? This is a public hearing. Have your opportunity. Anyone online? Anyone online? Use the raise your hand function. Seeing none, we will close the public hearing at 8:56 p.m. Commission, any questions? Commissioner Host.
There's going to be eight seats outside, and they are on private property. I'm asking.
Yes.
The private property being the overhang.
The yellow.
Correct.
Okay. Commissioner Haig.
A question about the license. Is it shared with Terra, or is it a separate stand? It wasn't clear from this to me. That's why I'm asking for clarification. Is it a separate license that is like an escrow or something right now because it's not being used, or?
Yes, it is a separate license. It's sitting in escrow right now.
Okay. Yeah, I just, like I said, it didn't make it clear, and I saw the connection to the kitchen. I'm like, do you share a license with two businesses? How does this work?
It's two different businesses, two different operations.
That's why I wanted to clarify. Thank you. That was it.
Make a motion.
Certainly.
Can I ask
Kevin?
one more question? Are you moving the bike rack? I feel like its position in the diagram is not quite what I would
We're not moving.
guess. There's no plan to move the bike rack. I think you had talked about moving the bike rack and the trash can.
Seating to pull it in so that the bike rack didn't have to be.
Bike rack's not moving. Trash can?
The trash can right now
Doesn't matter.
floats. It's not attached to the ground.
All right.
So it sits in different places at different times, but we're
Works for
not
me.
interfering with it. We have
Thank you.
Plenty of walkway.
Great.
No, can I make a motion?
Yes, we move the suggested resolution.
You just want to do that?
Yes, I do.
We can't do that.
Can we just move the suggested resolution?
I'd prefer you read it.
Okay, there you go.
We got our one pass for the
year.
So,
There we go. I'd like to make a motion adopting a resolution to approve the special land use permit, final site plan, and design review application for 211 Hamilton Row, number 28, to permit a new food and drink establishment serving alcoholic liquors for on-premise consumption with the condition that the applicant complete the required investigation pursuant to Chapter 10, Section 10-43 of the Birmingham Code of Ordinances.
Second.
motion second, roll call.
Commissioner Therese Long.
Yes.
Commissioner Host.
Yes.
Commissioner Kozowski.
Yes.
Commissioner Cole.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Ball.
Yes.
Commissioner Hay.
Yes.
Mayor Ballard.
Yes. It's be random, but I'm always last.
Your privileges, Mayor.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Woohoo. Can't wait to see it.
Thank you.
All right. We move on to item C, initial bistro screening, a resolution to move forward a bistro application to day cap, night cap, and permit the bistro to submit an application for a SLUP and a final site plan design review to the planning board. I want to be clear, this is simply a question of whether we should forward this to the planning board for their review. Do we want to get into it now?
I'd say let the presentation happen first.
Okay, of course. There's a presentation.
Very sneaky. Nick Dupuy, Planning Director, hello again. It's a relatively short presentation. We do these twice a year, so I was just before you in October, and actually just before you again in February, explaining sort of what we do here with the bistro operations. We allow 2 new and 2 existing year to have an opportunity to apply to serve alcohol for on-premise consumption in the bistro format. We did move forward to in the October cycle. Only one has applied. That would be Snap Taco, which you saw on your agenda tonight. So it is true that there has only been one a year, so there is an opportunity for another should you decide to do so. This is a sort of an unusual circumstance. We see a lot downtown. The last few we've seen are downtown. This would be on the east side of Woodward in the what's known as the Triangle District. Wouldn't be the first bistro in the Triangle, but it'd be one of the few, I'll say. It is taking over a space, Daycap is operating right now. It took over a space formerly known as Svenska Cafe, to familiarize yourself with that area. It's set back from the street, and it's going to be, what they're proposing is, they're called Daycap Now, coffee, breakfast type fare. They would transition in the evening to a wine and charcuterie style restaurant. Now, what I mentioned in here, I described it a little bit to you, and as they did in their little 5-pager here, is we talk about the definition of bistro often here when we're doing this sort of exercise. An establishment with a full-service kitchen, no more than 65 seats inside, no more than 65 seats outside. Oftentimes we're focused on the latter, seats. This particular establishment has no problem with seats, well under the 65 for both. Actually, the real consideration here is the full-service kitchen. They are, again, existing. They have several prep counters. They are doing charcuterie. I think the question exists whether or not they kind of fall into that category of full-service kitchen, which is what question I posed to you all tonight to hopefully discuss. I've also prepared the applicant to discuss that as well. Val and his wife are here to discuss the proposal, so I guess I'll just be available for questions should you have any. But
Thank you.
back to you, Mayor Ballard.
Thank you. We will probably want to hear from you. And I think we need to flesh out this question of what a full-service kitchen is. So I will ask the city attorney to give an opinion as to whether, my understanding is that there is the state defines full-service kitchen. The city of Birmingham does not.
That is true. So the definition of a bistro is a restaurant with a full-service kitchen with the seating as described. So the question is, what is a full-service kitchen? That is undefined per our zoning ordinance or any other ordinance. When you look to the state law regarding food law, they do talk about a commercial kitchen, which includes certain types of equipment. They discuss what is a food establishment, which means an operation where food is processed, packed, canned, preserved, stored, prepared, served, vended, sold, or offered for sale. So certainly this is a food establishment. Doesn't really tell us what is a full-service kitchen. So I would propose that because it's undefined, the commission can discuss, opine, what the commission would think is a full-service kitchen, maybe get some facts, further facts as to what they do have in order to prepare food, serve food, and whether or not that is going to be satisfactory for this particular operation. So because it's not defined, I think you have some, what's the word?
Discretion.
Discretion, thank you. I would suggest that it's something that we talk about in the future because there is a zoning recodification occurring. And whether or not that needs a further definition. Whether also, too, the commission has an appetite to explore what that could or couldn't mean. I think the bistro ordinance went into effect, I want to say it's like back in 2003 maybe, and then amended.
I think it was a bit later.
Maybe six?
Yeah, 2006 probably.
You know, a lot has changed in 20 years. And the concept of
pretty much
different
got
types of
what we wanted.
establishments and things like that have changed.
So another legal question. Is there any obligation that a term used in the City of Birmingham ordinances have the same definition as if such a term were used in state law?
The answer is yes, generally, is as long as we are more restrictive, not less restrictive than the state law. However, in this particular circumstance, it's not technically defined. They talk about what a commercial kitchen is. They don't define a full-service kitchen.
Okay.
If it did, I would tell you that you should rely upon the state law definition. It does not.
Okay.
Where it's going to become important is you may determine that in this particular case, whatever they have factually could satisfy your minds that this is a full-service kitchen for this establishment. However, from a practicality standpoint, they still have to satisfy the health department to get proper certification for food handling. And they, the state, may determine that they don't qualify to receive it. That's going to be up to them to figure out with the state.
State or county?
County, under the state umbrella.
Okay. You had a comment?
Yes, I was just going to add one more comment. Being part of the drafting of the bistro ordinance way back when, the intent behind it, not that it's in there, is to make sure, was to make sure that we got food restaurants as opposed to bars.
Right.
I just wanted to put that on the record.
And we did get a lot of them, didn't we?
We did.
Well, generally, I would speak last, but I'm going to say that I'm thrilled with this concept. And I like your presentation. It truly is the way places you work in Europe. You'll go in the morning or the afternoon and have espresso, but in the evening, it's a wine bar. The location is terrific. You're going to serve two neighborhoods, Poppleton Park and the Triangle District. And it's you've got plenty of parking. I mean, I've been in there numerous times, and it's just a pleasant neighborhood atmosphere. So I would like to see a way to make this work, whatever that entails. And I'm going to shut up now. And
Mayor, I think it's
Yeah.
important for them to lay out maybe some facts about this kitchen.
Okay.
And then also, I'm looking at this strictly from legal and how one can interpret language.
Sure.
With a finesse or not a finesse, but I would imagine your planner has a comment or two about the intent as well.
Do you want to talk, or do you want them to talk?
Mine's short. I just agree with Janet that the intent was food. They clearly have a menu. I think in talking with the applicant, it may not be exactly what you saw here. It might be more. So I'd love to hear
Tell us.
more about what they're planning.
Introduce yourself, please.
I'm Val, this is my wife Chantel. We own Day Cap Coffee and Eat and Market right now. We just purchased these two businesses in the last 2 years, and we're trying to make Day Cap into Nightcap. And as of now, we don't have like a full-blown kitchen, which means like we don't have fryers, we don't really grill anything. We have a panini press, and we have equipment like, what?
2 food prep stations.
Yeah, 2 food prep stations, couple
compartment
freezer,
sink,
3
dishwasher.
compartment sink. We've been approved by the health department multiple times. So our plan is not to really be like frying anything or grilling anything or doing anything like that. We want to keep the kitchen like pretty clean because it's such a small space, and we don't want to really deal with that kind of stuff. And I think the wine just pairs well with cheeses and things like that instead of like grilling a burger or something like that. So our kitchen right now is up to code and everything, and the equipment we have is almost brand new, and we've had no issues with it. And, you know, we have an ice maker, refrigerators, freezers, I mean, you name it, but we're not really grilling anything or using any hood.
If you're in the space as a customer, is there, I'm trying to remember, do you have additional space that's not necessarily visible to the customer, a back room or anything?
No.
It's all right there?
It's all right there.
Is there any, do you have any opportunity for expansion at some point?
Possibly.
All right. Okay. Questions? Commission? Questions? Sure.
You said you have things like the 3?
Yeah.
Where? I was in there on Sunday. I couldn't see it.
So right now we're a coffee shop that serves breakfast items and sandwiches. And so when you walk in on the far left back, there's a 3-compartment sink with a dishwasher next to it. Yeah, we wouldn't be able, Oakland County gives us our,
Yeah, I believe you.
Yeah.
I intentionally went in there on Sunday
oh,
to
that's
look.
not.
It's like some of us do homework.
Yeah. Maybe because it's so tight, it's 430 square feet or something.
Yeah, that's where I was kind of struggling because...
It's kind of behind the espresso maker, so like if you're front facing, you're not really gonna see the dishwasher unless you come from the other side to grab your coffee, then you can see it, it's visible.
Because if we go back to the previous slide, please, Nick. That's it. I'm a little concerned by this, that it defines a European wine bar. It doesn't define a bistro. And I say that with a brother-in-law who's an Italian, living in Italy, as a trained chef, whose family own cafes, which is French for coffee.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a wine bar. That's not a bistro, the way it's written up. Pre-prepared, small, dry, that's snacks that you get in a wine bar. It's not a bistro to me, and that's where I have my reservation, is it seems like it's trying to take, just my perception of it, it's taking the definition and stretching it paper thin, really, and tension on that paper, to me. I understand where you come from, and the Eaton Market, fabulous, do a great job. So clearly you've got credentials that write for themselves. Like him, I think trying to do something in this part of town is a great idea as well. The definition is a little bit too tenuous for me.
Well, I think with the wine bar in general, you know, especially even ones here in Michigan, most of them don't even really serve like hot food or anything like that. It's mostly charcuterie, it's snacks.
Exactly.
For example, the Royce in downtown Detroit, they have charcuterie. I think they have maybe a couple little paninis.
Tin fishes.
Tin fish, peanuts, nuts, and things like that.
Exactly my point, and that's why they have Class Cs. That's not what you're asking for.
A Class C liquor license, you mean?
Exactly. You're asking for a bistro, which by everything we've done so far was you can go there and have a meal, not you can have finger bites and drink a wine. And that's why that definition seems like it's being really stretched super thin to me. That's the difference. I know what you can do from the Eaton Market, so I've got no qualms about what you can provide quality-wise. I'm not sure how you're going to make that work there and actually meet the intent of, I can go and have dinner, because I can't. That's my concern.
Yeah. Motion? No, I have a comment. Okay, I'll make a motion.
Okay.
Okay. I'd like to make a motion to adopt a resolution to move forward with the bistro application for day cap, nightcap, and permit the bistro to submit an application for special land use permit, final site plan and design review to the planning board for review and recommendation.
Comment?
Second. I need a second.
Oh, second.
Okay, now you can go.
I have a comment.
Go ahead.
So if you just Google what a bistro, it says a small, informal, and often cozy restaurant, we're good so far, originating from France that serves moderately priced, simple meals in a relaxed atmosphere. The menu is simple, consistent, and locally inspired dishes, often featuring wines and classic French comfort food. It's not meals. That's what they're doing. That's the definition.
Other comments?
I have
I
a,
have a comment.
Oh.
She seconded, so
Oh,
she gets to comment.
Nick, what happens if TUDA does show up? Or are they,
Well, I suppose that this particular instance hasn't really been tested in our past, but it's 2 a year. So I would say if Daycap, Nightcap were to get their special land use permit in and get to the point where you would approve it, then TUDA would have to probably
just wait?
wait till October and re-ask.
And there's, been no action from them
No,
since October?
no applications, conversations, but no, nothing
Okay.
formal.
I was in there, I told they were working on the design. Commissioner Kozlowski.
comments on the motion? Okay, so I like this idea. I think it's very cool, but I feel like what you guys are doing is all fine, and I feel like we are sort of dropping the ball a little bit on the bistro ordinance. And I had made a comment to this effect earlier when we were looking at Toyota and Snap Taco, and it felt like they were going to jump through all these hoops, and we were willing to play a little fast and loose with definitions in order to try to get people to get the bistro license. And I feel like, as was brought up, we are doing a zoning review. We are the policy-making body here, right? The bistro ordinance is our ordinance, and if we don't like what it says, I feel like it is on us to change the ordinance. And so I am disinclined to say, the words full-service kitchen are in there. Should they be in there? I don't know. But I don't think this qualifies. I don't think it meets the ordinance.
Okay, so she says it's up to us to define what full-service kitchen means.
Yes.
And you say whatever they have doesn't qualify.
Yes.
Okay. I'm sorry, did you have a comment?
Yeah, my comment is I'm in favor of this. I normally don't like more bistros, but in this particular location, as well as I've enjoyed your food, I think it would be a real asset to the Triangle and Poppleton Park.
Yes.
I would say that I live closer to this location than any other commissioner and have been in numerous times, and under its previous iteration at Svenska, where it had a fairly substantial sandwich. They served a lot of different types of food with the kitchen that they had. I believe that the intent of the bistro ordinance, the way it was written, as Manager Ecker stated, was to make sure that we didn't get people who just wanted to be bars and didn't pay any attention or have any intent to have unique, unusual, client-driven new offerings for Birmingham, which is what the intent was. You obviously are going to have a menu. You're obviously going to serve foods. There are many other places that exist that are only small plates or hors d'oeuvres, and I think that that's something Birmingham doesn't have. And I think it has the opportunity to be very successful with no burden to residential neighbors, with existing parking, and that it would only be additive. So I'm in favor of moving it to the planning board, knowing that at the planning board, the concerns we have about language and about definitions and about bistro ordinances can be fleshed out in full by people who do that, for a living. And so I don't think we have anything to lose by moving this to the planning board and then letting them express any concerns that they may have.
Any other comments from the public? Come on down.
David Bloom, I think this does stretch approval of the ordinance in terms of the intent of the bistro was to get a meal. This isn't a meal. It's an accompaniment to the wine. There's also some good points that it's in an area where there's already parking and it's not a residential area. I would suggest if you want to do this, that one way out of this predicament for the commission is a SLUP where only wine is allowed to be served and no hard alcohol. And maybe something like that would be, because then someone else is going to come in and say, well, you allowed this. So maybe there's a way to finesse this by allowing them to implement their concept, but also keep it just to wine and not hard alcohol.
Thank you.
Can I say something?
No. No. We have another.
Good evening, Stuart Sherman. I know most of you, I think. As I was listening to this, it reminded me of the discussion that we had shortly after this ordinance was adopted about La Strada. And when La Strada originally opened, it had an extremely limited kitchen. They had some panini presses. They had, they weren't microwave ovens, but they were quick cook ovens. They didn't have what we would now consider to be a full-service kitchen with, grills and fryers and all of that. And we were okay with that because the idea was to bring new concepts in and new things that would bring people down. And this really does meet when we adopted that ordinance, what we intended. So I would highly encourage you to move this on to the planning board. And in response to what happens if somebody else comes forward, it actually is whoever comes forward first and gets that license. If you have 3 in the queue and the third one doesn't quite get there in time, you always can look at them again next year. So it just depends who gets through first. So I hope that helps.
Thank you for that historical perspective. Can you confirm, City Manager, what he said?
Yes, I can confirm that was the intent at the time.
I recall that, too. And the part about La Strada.
Yes, and I believe they had meat and cheeses, if I'm not mistaken, when
Right.
they first opened as well.
Okay. Any other comments? I cut you off because I don't want you making any unnecessary concessions. Okay. We ready for a vote? Is this a roll call?
No.
You can do a voice vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, we have one opposed. This guy, when he comes in.
I'm a pet man, what can I say?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We move on to item D, resolution to approve an agreement with Soxy Construction for police department renovations. Chief Gruey.
Good evening again. Give me 1 second, I have a PowerPoint for you. So I just put together a quick PowerPoint just to kind of go over where we're at and how we got there so that we're all on the same page here. Just briefly, if you remember, we've introduced the 4 different construction projects to address our safety security needs. One is the interview room that we're looking to add in the clerical area. The other is the evidence storage garage over at DPS, expanding our current garage space that we have over there already. Adding a sally port here in front of City Hall, or I should say back of City Hall, and then expanding our dispatch center into what is the current IT closet for dispatch, moving that upstairs to the IT room here to expand our dispatch area. So those are 4 projects that we're working on right now, and kind of a timeline on how we got to where we're at. So back in January of 25, we had our long-range planning meeting, and that was the first time that these 4 projects were proposed to the commission. The slides that I just quickly went through were part of that presentation back then. Prior to this, in the long-range planning meeting in actually 24, there was discussion about, if you remember that time, we were kind of transitioning to whether we need a whole new police department, if it was going to be on-site here, maybe some off-site locations. That was part of the 24 long-range planning meeting, but it was in 25 where we changed directions and went to addressing these 4 specific needs, smaller projects with what we already have. In the budget for the 25-26 fiscal year, at the budget hearing that was held on April 26th of 25, is when these projects, the first phase of these projects, was budgeted for, and that was part of my presentation to the commission during the budget hearing. Part of that budget was $250,000 for a garage, $50,000 for an interview room, and then $100,000 for starting the design phase for kind of everything, but mainly the Sally Port. That was first introduced at that budget hearing, and then, which was approved in the budget, and then in October 6th of '25, the commission approved a contract with MCD Architect to start designing these projects. That went through the whole RFP process. They were selected by the city and approved by the commission on October 6th. Then this year, at Long Range Planning, we discussed these projects again. Those same 4 slides were reviewed. A little discussion took place in terms of the budget and in terms of the phasing that we're doing. And then March 5th of this year is when we went out for RFP for a construction manager to move this project forward. March 18th, the planning director took it to the Historic District Commission for the design of the Sally Port. It went to their meeting for an approval. There were some slight changes they asked for. I believe it was some of the casings and stuff around the window, so the architects have gone back and started to redesign that, and have almost to the point where they finalized those designs. For the construction manager RFP, we did receive 5 bids. The due date on those was April 1st, so on April 1st, we had the bid opening for the bids that were received for the construction manager for this project. This is just an estimated future timeline. We wanted to make sure you're up to date on kind of where we're going with this project. So coming up soon here, I think in another week and a half, we have the budget hearings for the next fiscal year, 26-27 fiscal year. There are funding requests in there from the police department to continue to fund this project. The second phase of that project, which is the dispatch expansion and the construction of the Sally Port. The city commission meeting on April 27th, we are planning to bring to you the design that was approved by the Historic District Commission to review the designs and the expenditure request for phase 1 of the project that was already approved in this current year's fiscal year. May 26th, we're looking somewhere in that time frame where we'll be coming back for the budget approval. I think it is somewhere in May, that meeting, that the city will actually approve that budget request for phase 2 of the project. And then we're expecting sometime in June, maybe late June, where phase 1 construction would get started with the approval of a construction manager tonight. Down the road, we're looking probably June, July. Once the budget is approved in May, that will come back for approval of expenditures for phase 2 of the project, as we would expect to roll right into that once we start phase 1, come July 1st to start working on the dispatch expansion and Sally Port. And phase 2 construction, we think that will start probably in July. We would expect, based on staging and stuff for a construction company, that once they're here working on interview room, that would only make sense for them to continue with the dispatch expansion and Sally Port, all 3 of those projects kind of at the same time, since we're really coming up close on the start of the next budget year anyway. So this project, over the last couple of years, there's been a lot of discussion. There's been a lot of departments involved in this. Obviously, the city manager, the building department has been part of every stage in terms of reviewing the RFPs, reviewing the bids with us that we received. We've had discussions with the IT department in terms of relocating all the IT equipment that's in the server room and dispatch up to this server room, made sure there was space for that so we could do that. And also the Department of Public Services for the expansion of the garage over there that we have. After really consulting with MCD, once they came on board and started working on our project, and with our building department, is where they expressed a desire that the best way to go forward with this was with a construction manager. And that RFP, again, was posted on March 5th, and those bids were returned on April 1st. Just again, to go over it, there was 5 that were submitted to us. 2 of the bidders that you see in your package, they did not fill out the correct cost proposal form. But the costs are in there that they did submit. And when we reviewed all the bids that came in, there was a discussion with MCD, our architects, as well as our building department, to go over the bid proposals that were received and their recommendations on how to move forward. This is just kind of a snapshot review of the budget and what's been approved. So in fiscal year 25-26, those are the approvals I just previously mentioned, minus the amount that was approved for MCD, leaving us with $320,000 in the currently approved budget year. And then you can see the budget request that will be discussed at the budget hearing coming up. That is a total of $900,000 for the next fiscal year. We expect the project cost to be somewhere between $1 and $1.3 million. At this point, because the designs are not completed, we don't have a construction manager on staff yet. We haven't got an actual estimate of what that's going to be. But the best, I guess, budget they can look at is probably between $1 and $1.3 million. When the RFP went out for a construction manager, they were asked to bid on the project as if it was a $1 million project for build. The construction manager fees that came in, it was recommended after review and consultation with the architect and the building department to move forward with Saatchi. Their total cost, assuming a $1 million project, was $269,347. There was no separate line item placed in the budget for this, which is why we're asking for the budget transfer to approve this. However, if the project comes in at a $1 million project, there is about $220,000 left over based on the 1.3 that has been budgeted or is requested. And if approved, there'd be about 220 that most of that would be able to go back, assuming we stayed within that budget. But at this time, right now it's kind of a contingency fund because we don't know what the actual estimate's going to come in at. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions. And we have reps from Saatchi here, and MCD, I believe, is online. If you have any questions for them?
Thanks. Questions?
Public? Do you want the public first?
No,
Okay.
it's not a public hearing. Is it?
No.
No. Okay.
May I?
Yeah.
Chief Gruey, do you have operationally efficiencies while this is going on? Are you going to be able to continue to conduct your normal business?
Yeah, so we've already worked out operation of how we'll work with the Sally Port being built and how that will block off access to our booking room and prisoner cells. We do have access coming through clerical, so that's how we'll maintain that access. We just did a project in our dispatch center where we had to remove a lot of old wiring, and when we did that, we relocated our dispatch operations up to the county. They were up there for about a month, and it worked seamlessly. So it was a great test for us to kind of test out how that was going to work with them being up there. It did work great, but when that dispatch expansion occurs, they will be relocated to the county again to do that.
Okay, and now I have a comment, and that is, it was nice of you to give the history. Going back to, I think, 2021, we asked then the city manager to update the police department, and he gave us the entire building at $26.7 million. And what is so heartening about what you're doing here, Chief, is you're renovating versus, going somewhere else to a Taj Mahal. So it's exciting.
We're opening some pretzels. It's a long night. We've been up here for 1, 2, 3.5 hours so far. So give us pretzel stuffed with peanut butter. Anyone?
Yeah, I'll take it.
Oh, yeah? Okay. Anybody out there?
As long as we went through all the trouble, though.
Does anybody else have any questions or comments? City Commission. Motion if we want. I have a question first. I just want to understand the difference between a construction manager and a general contractor. And I think that you're the guy, right? Come on up. That you do both of those things, right?
Decided to start doing yoga again this weekend, so I'm a little sore.
What's your name?
Sorry, my name's Rick Stanza.
Would you like some pretzels?
Yeah, we're done.
Those pretzels are making me thirsty.
We can handle that, too.
So I'm the pre-construction manager for, it's pronounced Saxy Construction. It's as Midwest as it sounds, as it could get. So construction manager facilitates the pre-construction phase of the project. So we would work with Chief Brewery and the architect to start putting together actual numbers based on the design as it starts to take shape and more of the engineers get involved and finishes get selected and things like that. So my job at Saxe is to take all that information, get it out to some of our trade partners, look at our historical data for similar projects, and start really putting the numbers together for the project. The ultimate goal of a construction manager is to get the budget to a point where it makes sense for the project, but also to help the architect with the development of the drawings and offer different value management exercises and things like that. And getting to the point of construction to where the drawings are complete, we can get a permit, and we can break ground.
And then you go bye-bye when the construction occurs, or what happens from there?
No. So I stay involved after the construction starts. I help with, meetings and making sure that everything is
Under this contract?
under this contract, yes.
So your involvement doesn't end when construction begins?
No.
But you are not the general contractor. You assist us in going out to bid for the general contractor?
We would go out to our trade partners, our subcontractors.
So you would be the general
We would
contractor?
then become the general contractor, correct.
And that's covered under this?
So our staff rates are in here for the duration of the project, the duration of the construction. We then bring in more of our staff, so we have an on-site superintendent, we have a project manager, a project engineer, a project accountant, a whole team of people that come after. They come in during pre-construction, but most of the time is spent by me to do all of that.
So I guess my question is there going to be another contract with you guys, or is this it? Does this contract, is that, you guys?
Just for clarification, these staffing costs you mentioned are part of this bid.
Yeah, oh, yeah. I see that. I just want to know if this contract covers us to the end of the project, or
Yeah.
do we have to contract with
It's
you?
one, but it's broken into
Yeah,
phases.
there's, in the RFP, it states which contract we would enter in with the city of Birmingham.
Pre-construction, construction, closeout is where I see three discrete blocks in the staffing numbers.
Right. So
It's phases within one umbrella contract. Is that the best way of understanding what he's asking?
we would have a construction management proposal that would be the basis of the contract. And then once we get to what's called the guaranteed maximum price, then we would enter into a guaranteed maximum price contract, which is an AIA format, I believe. Contract that you guys,
I think so.
yeah.
Yeah, usually with these kind of construction manager, we use the standard.
Okay, you're satisfied. Okay. You want to make a motion?
All right. I'll make a motion adopting a resolution to approve an agreement with Saxe Construction for police department renovations and expansion construction management services in the amount not to exceed $284,197, and to authorize the mayor and city clerk to sign the agreement on behalf of the city, and further to appropriate and amend the 2025-2026 City Commission budget as follows. General Fund revenue, draw from fund balance 101.0-000-400.000, $284,197. Expenditures into other contractual services, 101.0-301.000-811.0000, $284,197.
Second.
Point of clarification.
That's correct. Yeah, I misread.
I'm not sure which number is correct, because we have, in the packet here, $269,347.
I'm reading it out of the main package.
Okay, I'm not sure which one's correct. I just think we should get the right number.
All right, cool.
What are the two numbers? 269, 347, or?
That's the correct number.
269 is the correct number.
Okay. That was
Did you read the wrong
that was not the number that was referenced.
So friendly.
Because what happened, was Chief Gruey made a correction to it apparently did not make it in the front page of the agenda, but it was corrected in the report.
Okay.
So friendly amendment as to the number?
Yeah, that's what I'm reading off page 261 though, of the packet that I got. It's not out
Right, so the
front.
packet is different than the agenda.
Correct.
Yeah, I'm reading out of the packet.
The packet number is correct, 269.
No, the packet
No,
says
the packet says
284.
284.
Packet said 284.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Agenda says 269.
We agree that the
I was
correct
trying to
number
go
is
to the main
269.
source here, so.
I'm sorry,
Let's
yeah.
just read the correct number into the.
So, okay, friendly amendment for the correct dollar amount to be provided by the city manager.
$269,347.
Second. Both accounts.
Yes.
Both accounts, yes.
Perfect. Second. He accepts the second. Comment on the motion from the public? Comment online? If you're online, raise your hand. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Kozowski?
Yes.
Mayor Ballard?
Oh, yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Law?
Yes.
Commissioner Haig?
Yes.
Commissioner Host?
Yes.
Commissioner Cole?
Yes.
Commissioner Treeslaw?
Yes.
Well, thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
And we look forward to having this work done. We move on to the most exciting item on the menu, and that is item E, a resolution to award the 25-26 sewer rehabilitation program to Paymar Enterprises, $714,499, and then some.
Correct. So the engineering department received 4 bids towards their contract. Paymar was the lowest qualified bid that came in. Basically covers several areas within the city that are in requirement of, as we continue to maintain our infrastructure, mainly sewer lining, doing some other types of repairs, such as cleaning out minerals that are growing inside the sewers, and doing some adjustments at specific manholes as needed.
I had a question. Oh, are you done?
Okay.
Okay. I had a question. I live on Shirley. You just redid Shirley, but somehow Shirley's in this. Huh?
There are portions of the sewers that weren't done with the project because we knew they could be lined at a later date. And that's why they're part of this and weren't part of that project. We felt they were of sufficient condition that they could be extended in life significantly by lining. Save money, take care of the problem.
Okay.
Can I ask a quick question?
You may.
I would have guessed that once you dug up the street, putting in a new pipe would be pretty cheap.
Rounding error.
Yeah, I guess that's not the case.
I don't have the exact numbers
I know,
in front of me,
for a
but
multi-year-old project, but
some of it was related to the age of the infrastructure, where lining brought significant life to where you expect it to maintain through the length of the road. It is possible to be done with lining.
Okay. Interesting. So basically, you're saying you're going to have to tear up the street again before you'd have to fix that sewer anyway. So
yeah, that's
you don't gain anything by fixing it this time you tear up the street.
Correct.
Cool.
Any other questions, comments? Anybody in the public? Did we have a motion?
No.
No, we didn't.
Okay. It's getting late. A motion would be nice.
I will make a motion adopting a resolution to award the 2025-2026 sewer rehabilitation program number 425 parentheses S to Paymar Enterprises Incorporated in the amount of $714,499 with a 5% construction contingency for a total of $750,223.95. In addition to authorize the mayor and city clerk to sign the agreement on behalf of the city and to further appropriate and amend the 2025-2026 city commission budget as follows. For general fund, revenue to be drawn from fund balance 590.000.000-400.000 in the amount of $170,223.95, and expenditures from other contractual services Fund number 590.0, -981.0200, in the amount of $170,223.95.
Second.
Comments from the commission? Comments from the public? Anybody? No? Online? Any comments? Raise your hand. Nope. Roll call, please.
Mayor Ballard?
Yes?
Mayor Pro Tem Long?
Yes.
Commissioner Kozowski?
Yes.
Commissioner Host?
Yes.
Commissioner Cole?
Yes.
Commissioner Therese Long?
Yes.
Commissioner Haig?
Yes.
So you see, if we hadn't read resolutions the way we do, we would have approved what language?
Well, now we come to a very sad portion of our meeting. Mayor Pro Tem Long, you have been a valued member of this commission, and I'm pretty sure I speak for all of us in saying we appreciated your service, and we are really sad to see you go.
Thank you.
And in particular, your skill as an attorney has helped us, and I hope will continue to help us in certain matters. And it highlights how important it is to have, certain skills on the commission, whether it's business skills or legal skills or all the other skills that we all bring, engineer. So we're very sad to see you go, but happy to present you, and I suppose I should have opened this earlier because it's wrapped in plastic. This recognition of service to Anthony Long, April 2026, in grateful appreciation for your outstanding leadership in the city of Birmingham. Your dedicated service to the city commissioner as city commissioner yielded benefits that have enhanced the community and will improve the quality of life for generations to come.
Very nice. Thank you.
Wow, who wrote that?
You have been a diligent and thoughtful and helpful and informative colleague,
Brad.
and we're going to miss you. And all your service on the Ad hoc Senior Services Committee. Done a lot of work.
Well, thank you. Not much really to say. It's been an honor, a privilege. I turned 59 this year, and I learned very late in life not to ever say never say never. I've lived here for 31 years and thought I would live the rest of my life here. I will spend a lot of time here, though. But sad to go, but happy about my new home and new life with my new wife. So it's definitely bittersweet, but I've really been honored and a privilege to work through some very difficult issues. And I said before, we may go about it in a different way, and that's kind of how the sausage is made. And I think 99% of the time we make the right decision, and the 1% of the time we still have an opportunity to correct it. And I think everybody who's up here is here and donates an extensive amount of their time, as I said before. It is a lot more time than I ever thought. It is a labor of love. As I said, I've lived in the city for 31 years, and I still plan to be a visitor, but I will no longer be a resident. But I think we are all here for the same reason, and that's because we love the city and we want to make it even better than it already is. And Jana, it's been a privilege, Mary. So thank you.
Thank you.
that.
Well, I hope you'll stick around. We have some more business later.
Sure, absolutely. So I'm going
Just get a
to,
less comfortable seat now.
I'm going to vacate the seat and watch.
Some pretzels if you want.
No. Pretzels here. I leave you my pretzel bin.
Thank you. I won't let them go to waste.
Okay, now we move on to the real highlight of the evening, the appointment of a city commissioner. And first we're going to accept nominations. We're going to, I know it's late, we've been doing it this for a while. If there's any sense right now that anybody wants to take a break? You want to take a break?
2 minutes.
Okay, are we good with a 2-minute break? We're going to take a
Let's do it.
2-minute break, and then we'll come back and I'll tell you how we're going to go from there. We're going to come back into session. I don't know if I need to say the time, but it's 9:54 p.m. We are at the point where we will accept nominations for city commissioner. I want to take our time here. There's no need to rush this process. We're going to take the nominations. We are going to have plenty of discussion. If the nominees, we will engage the nominees, we will engage the public. So,
Thank you, Mayor Ballard.
Commissioner Kozlowski.
So first, I would like to thank everyone for applying. Birmingham is lucky to have such a deep pool of talented and experienced and dedicated people. And I will add that the city definitely needs everybody's talents. So to those of you who are already serving on boards, thank you so much. To those of you who are not yet serving, I encourage you to apply. There are many places where we could really use your talents and skills. So it is our responsibility tonight to select and appoint the person who is the best, who will best meet the needs of this city and this commission in this current moment. And I believe that person is Deborah Horner. She is a long-term resident, and she has shown dedication to the city as chair of the Sustainability Board and through aiding in the crafting of our resident survey. She has also dedicated her professional career to studying and working with municipalities, with municipal governments, researching and working with policies, budgets, state laws and funding mechanisms, and many other things that this commission deals with on a week-to-week or month-to-month basis. I think that she is a uniquely qualified candidate and presents a special opportunity to have a commissioner already so well-versed in municipal government. I think this is especially true given the current composition of the City Commission, because I do not believe, to the best of my knowledge, that we have anyone with a background in policy or public sector experience. So I think that Deborah Horner will bring us new insights, round out our collective resume as a commission, and serve the city with skill, care, and dedication. And so I would like to nominate Deborah Horner to the City Commission to serve a term ending November of 2026.
Thank you.
2027?
I apologize, 2027.
Okay. And we will discuss, let's get all the nominations on the table, and then we can discuss them. We can call the nominees up, ask any questions, have any conversation. You're pointing at him?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let him go.
I'm not sure which one you were pointing at. Commissioner Kolb?
Kolb.
Okay.
First, I'd like to second everything Commissioner Kozlowski said about thank you for taking the time, and thank you for all of you who are currently involved. Deborah, you and I have gotten to work together a little bit recently, and I've enjoyed that very much. Person I would like to nominate is Mary J. I think her extensive experience across very complex, different groups of people, and having to live with the decision is a very valuable part of this. And I think she could bring a new perspective to us that would add a lot of value. So with that, I nominate Mary J.
Okay. Any other nominations? Okay, then we'll close nominations. Would anyone on the commission like to engage with either of the nominees? I would like to.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm happy to.
I would absolutely like to. I'd like to engage with both of them. I'm not sure which first, and it's not as if I have a prepared list of questions, but I sure as heck want to hear more, because we didn't, I mean, what did we have, 7 minutes? And I don't think that's a sufficient amount of time. So You want to flip a coin as to who goes first?
Suggest a coin.
Huh?
I was going to suggest a coin.
Go ahead. You got one? Who carries coins these days? I don't have any.
Pretzel?
Flip a pretzel. Mary, you're sitting closest. Come on
I
up.
got a coin.
Well, I've already asked her to come up.
Oh, all right.
If no one else has any questions, we met. I enjoyed our conversation greatly. I think in almost any circumstances, you're qualified. Part of this is going to be me talking, okay? Because, these guys did their thing making their nominations, and I'm just going to tell you what I think and maybe ask you some questions. I think you're a great nominee, and I'm interested in hearing more about how your specific, well, there's two things I want to hear about. One is how your resume adds to the board. In other words, we just lost a lawyer. You're not a lawyer. You're not going to take the place of a lawyer. I don't want to misrepresent what your career was all about, but I think it's safe to say you were an executive at a big three automaker. You were engaged in all sorts of departments. Is that fair to say? Why don't you tell us, but was there a focus? Was there a particular focus through the course of your career?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. It is unusual, one, that I was with the same company for 39 years. I mean, I feel like a bit of a dinosaur these days. It's rare, especially even amongst my colleagues and in other, I should say, in other companies. I mean, I've worked on a lot of boards. I've been interacted with a lot of different people, and I realize that staying with one company for a long time is very unusual. And I was worried when I first joined Chrysler because my biggest fear was being pigeonholed. I thought, oh, you're going to join finance and you'll never get out of finance, or or whatever department. And it was the exact opposite. At Chrysler, I think, one, it was a smaller company. There's less of us. We had a broader view of a lot of things. We got our hands in a lot of things. It was a lot of hours. One of the reasons I actually did finally retire is it just was getting hard to keep going 40 years at those kind of hours, right? But I have interest in so many different things, and I wanted to work in different departments, and people wanted me. I was effective in the areas that I was in, and I brought new perspectives when I went to a different area. And then, as I was mentioning, that was, I worked primarily, my first couple years were in financial planning. I had a marketing degree, and I got a job in financial planning. I never thought I would do that, but it was for sales and marketing finance, for the sales and marketing finance. So I worked with all the sales and marketing people, supporting them. And then a good chunk of my career was in procurement and supply, and dealing with contracts, negotiating with suppliers, delivering products and components, really. But my components, particularly when I was a buyer, was engines, which are huge. So it's really a strategy. I dealt a lot, and I guess maybe that's the best way I could summarize my career, is that I'm very good at setting the strategy, and I'm also very good at implementing the strategy. So I would go from different departments. Some departments I worked primarily in the strategy, and others was more in the implementation. But it all go ahead.
Let me ask you, just as you go through this and talk about your experience, if you can relate it to how you might contribute here, that would be awesome.
And again, I think it's just the concept that you're dealing with so many different stakeholders, right? You have to consider so many different stakeholders and their input. And you have to work together to reach a consensus. And you've got to take those opinions from the different groups, and you've got to weigh them all. And then in the end, you need to make a tough decision. And I just believe that my experience would be very beneficial. I mean, the type of things that you're looking at, delivering on budget, who you're choosing to do things, what's best for the majority of our constituents. Those are all the things that I worked in my career. So, and I think the success in my career. Again, I was an executive for the company, so I performed and would therefore move up and upward, but with more responsibility and more decision-making. So I'm very comfortable with that. I'm very comfortable with a lot of data. I think I'm quite good at synthesizing what the critical points are. I don't know if it's common sense or just, I don't know, life experience, but for whatever reason, I've always had a good hand at getting to what the real root of the problem is and addressing that. But again, considering all inputs and participants, so.
So what I hear you saying is you're good at problem solving and decision making. Is that fair to say?
And I think collaborating, getting people to provide their input and to consider the input. And I would also say, I think dealing with conflict, and everything I did, like back at Chrysler, almost every day was a conflict, with some department or some, hey, we're all working together, but each one has their own goals. So together, you got to make those all come together. But I don't shy away from that. I think I'm quite good at resolving conflict also, working with the stakeholders, talking, being objective, being calm, patient, and listening, and taking different perspectives into account. So.
Does anybody, along that line, I have another line of questioning, but before I shift, does anybody have additional question to ask about her experience and how she will contribute to the board?
No.
Okay. No. Okay. I've always had an agenda. It's not my agenda, it's an agenda for the city. So going back 25 years, I've approached my involvement in the city, whether it was to renovate Booth Park or argue in favor of the bistro ordinance, or more recently, argue that we need to improve the aesthetics of the parking decks, or hire Plant Moran to help us with public-private partnerships, and even negative. I fought hard against the North Old Woodward parking deck. So I want to ask you, and I could give you a list of things that I might be interested in doing in the next couple of years. But I've said enough about me. These are all things, they're not for me. In fact, there was great sacrifice on my part, my business, my family, for the work that I put in then, before I was a commissioner, on the Birmingham Buzz and stuff like that. And now, I kid you not, we're going on 10 hours today at least. Mm-hmm. So I'd like to know what's on your agenda for us.
So I don't necessarily have an agenda, but I do have things that I'm passionate about and things that I think will help the city. I do think the Woodward noise problem is one of them. It's an emotional problem, but it resonates with so many people. It's a really difficult problem, and I think it's going to be tough to solve, but I think there's got to be some ways that we approach it. I mean, I think when you and I were talking about it a little bit, maybe it is more grassroots involvement that we need, and maybe it's rallying neighborhoods to really express what their concerns and their, I had mentioned I wanted to go out myself and put signs up on the median that said, you're waking up my baby, because I don't think the people that are doing these things I don't think they're realizing perhaps that they're disrupting so many people. I'm trying to understand from their perspective. I don't want to ruin their fun. We're a motor city. I love the whole idea, but in the end, it's just causing havoc in the city, right? So to me, there's got to be some ways. I don't know if it's marketing. I don't know if it's more messaging. I don't know if it's getting more neighborhood involvement, but that's one thing I'm passionate about. I think, I know in the master plan, there's this, 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 the vision of having the north Woodward entrance, if you will, and the south Woodward entrance, working on that obviously as the gateway into the city, but even that might be something that we can do to maybe help with the noise abatement or the speed or whatever, maybe somehow showing that those ends of the city in the area that it's impacting, again, maybe it's signage, it's things like that. But I do think that those are possibilities. I love some of the ideas of engaging more of our neighborhoods and while also increasing some commercial interest. Like, I love the idea of like the Haynes area project because I think it would bring more foot traffic down to that southern corridor where there's businesses that maybe aren't so well served. But it also would help the neighborhoods, it'd have this gathering spot and greenery and areas for activities that I think would help engage both business and residents. So, those are some of the ideas and some of the things I'm passionate about. I can't forget the preservation plan that we developed with the Historic District Commission. It's really tough. In our city, I totally get that it is really tough to save all these wonderful old buildings that we want to because of the interest in living here, the price of the land. It's a tough one, and individual owners' rights, what they do with their land. But I do think there's ways, and being on the commission, we're trying to come up with those to market the availability of those homes, the interest in the homes, the attraction that they provide. I think there's people out there that don't want just another big home, big new home, and big isn't always better. We have people that are interested, like myself. I live in a historic home because I want to live in a historic home, and I think we have people that are interested in that for the city, so, that want to come here and also do that. So, again, thorny issue. We need more options. We need to keep working at it. No easy solutions, but I think together, with clear minds and thoughtful analysis, we can come up with some things that are going to make a difference for the city.
As long as you brought that up, when the plan first came to us, it had a provision that it was regarding a demolition delay. And the recommendation was that we pass, approve, enact a demolition delay ordinance. And I think several commissioners expressed concern about that, said that the plan ought to say we ought to study it rather than just reaching the conclusion that we should do it. And it was sent back to you guys or to staff. They did change the plan to say we would study it, and now you are studying it.
Right.
I think the concern arose from the potential for something like that to significantly impact property rights.
Right.
And, whether it's a resident who lives here and owns the property or a developer who purchases the property and is then the property owner and technically the taxpayer, there's a concern for all. There's a concern for the next door neighbor and the whole neighborhood. But I'd be interested in knowing, sort of where you stand on that whole idea, because, and if you could provide or confirm some specifics, because personally, I have not viewed your meeting, but others have, and you can confirm for me that you're considering recommending for some structures a 90-day delay.
Well, okay, so first of all,
And then what would you do after the delay?
okay, so first we propose to change the wording to consider this demolition review delay. On our commission, we want to rename it a demolition review. So, and we want, first thing we're doing is that we're looking at more data, right? because we realize we can't save every home. And also the inventory of historic homes is just getting bigger and bigger, right, as the years go on. So the intent is not to save everything, but it is to try and save, or try and look at all their alternatives to tearing down homes, buildings that make a significance to the town. And we can follow the National Historic Preservation Guidelines, and they have very objective and specific requirements for considering something historic. You know, did somebody a historic figure live there? Did a historic event happen there? Or is that architecture, very, if you want to say indicative, reflective of that neighborhood? So there's, right off the bat, you're going to take off an awful lot of homes, right? So the idea is to keep everything very objective. It's not any mandatory designation. We would not do that either. We're not looking to say that we have to just say something is going to be designated. It obviously is the owner's rights, and if it's a new owner and they want to tear it down, it is, I have to be honest, it is usually a developer, but they're the owner of the property. But the idea is just to, one, is to raise awareness that there may be alternatives to tearing down a historic home, and one of significance. So we're trying to make the process very objective, very clear who decides what, when, and what the impact would be. 90-day, we don't have any specifics, again, on what, I think what was thrown out were some potentials and some considerations. But what we're doing is looking at what other cities have done. We're looking, Nick and his team, they're, like I said, are looking at the inventory. We've actually even gone through the history and looked at, what are the few things that we really wished we could have saved? And would they have then be able to follow this kind of a flow chart? Again, in the end, no, we can't require that somebody not tear it down, but it is to raise awareness that there may be other alternatives to just raising a historic building that does have some significance to residents and to the community.
Mm-hmm. Anyone have any, go ahead, yes.
Yeah, I have kind of a follow-up on that.
Mm-hmm.
And you don't, I just thought of this now, and you don't have to have a rock-solid thought about it. But you had mentioned that, well, there is some demand. A lot of these old homes are quite beautiful. They have special architectural features or something, and yet and there are probably people who are interested in living there, and yet somehow, right, they always get outbid. The house goes down, a big one goes up, and somebody happily pays a pretty penny for it.
Right.
So I'd be interested if you had some, right, you're on the Historic District Committee, right?
But
Is this
it's the
something
reality,
you've been
right?
thinking about? But like, why not? It seems like there's this huge delta in how much people are willing to pay, right? People pay a huge amount of money for a new teardown or for a teardown in a new house, but like they won't outbid the developer for some of these old houses. And I was just wondering if that was something where you thought, is there...
Yes, I'd have to see more data on that, right? Because I really don't know if that is totally what's happening, if it's always the developer outbidding somebody who does want to live here. That's a tough statistic to get. I do know that our homes are expensive. Even the older ones that don't have the amenities of some places are quite, they're quite expensive to buy, and you'd have to put, in some cases, you'd have to put time and money into renovating them. Again, others are in great shape, and can easily, someone could easily do it, easily live there. But, I don't have the answer to that. I don't know how you keep a developer from outbidding someone. I think, to be honest, they're not going to go so far that they won't make money on the proposition themselves. And I'm sure as we know, they target certain areas and areas that they know that they can have a return. In some areas, maybe that we have what is it called? I think it's the Torrey area, right? With a lot of little homes, they were post-war homes. They went up quickly, and they were the starter homes, right? And a lot of those are becoming now two-story because modern living is requiring a little bit more than those small homes we're offering. And, you know, maybe now it's almost like another phase. Maybe that's where the starter homes or the entry into Birmingham are. So it doesn't, again, we can't save everything, and we shouldn't save everything, but I think there's some that we can save, and I do think that there's people out there that like them. I think it's just maybe it's increasing awareness of that. I don't know how you outbid developers. Again, I think that's a tough one. I have to be honest, I'm not sure how you answer that. I don't know if there's any kind of regulations or zoning or ordinance.
No, I was more asking if you felt like, you know, somebody looks at the home, they see that it's beautiful. You know, some buyer is out there willing to pay $1-2 million for a new build. But like, the developers don't usually pay $1 million for the old house, right?
No.
So like, there's some kind
Well, it
of
depends on
willing
the size of
gap
the
in the
lot.
willingness to pay there, and I don't know if you felt like you said, maybe it's a square footage thing. You know, maybe a lot of these houses are small, but it's just something that I'm interested in.
Yeah.
If there was something that you had thought about as a member of the Historic District Committee, why does it seem so hard to find buyers who are willing to purchase and live in the old homes, but people don't seem to have any trouble finding buyers for the new builds? That was sort of my question there.
Well, and I would like to ask a follow-up.
Okay.
And I'm going to be, I will warn you that I'm going to challenge you.
Okay.
How long have you been on the Historic District Commission? And for most of that time, you were working on this plan, correct?
We were developing the plan, yeah, as well as other proposals that would come up.
And you have a strong interest in historic preservation, correct? You have told us that you are a problem solver, a decision maker, a collaborator, and I hope you're a leader, okay? I think a good leader has a vision. A good leader thinks, if I were in charge, this is how I'd do it. Forget about collaboration. If I was the poobah and I could say whatever I want to say, it would happen. Now, I can't imagine that after 2 years on this commission, and with such a strong interest and all these skills that you have, that you don't have some answers for us.
Well, I'll be very honest with you. I mean, historic preservation is tough here. I mean, it's a reality. Houses are expensive. People want to live here. People are willing to spend the money. It is a reality.
And you've said repeatedly, there must be a way. I think those were the words. There must be a way.
Well,
what's the way? You're the leader.
Yeah, but we're working on the way. You know, it's complex, right? There's no simple answer to this. So I don't think.
Possible there's no answer?
To not be able to save any of our historic buildings? No,
I don't know.
I don't think that that's the answer, personally.
Okay.
But, no, I think we can, and I think we have people that are interested, and I think there's strong neighborhood support for it. Like in my area, you know, the people that have historic homes feel very strongly about it and are very involved and will continue to own an old home. So, sorry, I don't think it's a leadership issue that there's not a clear answer on such to be really, I don't mean to be rude, but I mean,
No, that's
I
fine.
think it's very difficult to.
We would disagree there, because likewise on the Woodward noise question, there's, all of these problems that we face require leadership. And we have very smart people in this town. I am so proud of what we have here. And I think oftentimes there's a reluctance to lead, to get out in front and take the risk. Okay? So I won't take offense at what you say. Please don't take offense at what I say. I would like to see more leaders just all around. Doesn't matter whether it's on the parking board or the planning board or this city commission. We need people with vision who are willing to stick their necks out and fight for that vision. And then you collaborate. Thank you very much. I think I don't know how much time we gave you, but did anybody keep track? I don't think that's important. If no one else has anything else. Commissioner Haig.
So, I got a lot of pontification out of that conversation rather than targeted. I asked a very specific question earlier, and we were rushed through answers, but I was looking at what are key issues that we're facing right now. And if I were to be very blunt about it, historic preservation isn't in the top 5. It's not unimportant, but it's not what's on the forefront of anybody's minds, including what we have had to deal with over the last however long, preceding all of us, actually. There have been some very common themes, I would say, but they've been growing and growing. So that's where my original question went when I asked it about where would you try and make a tangible difference. So the mayor's asked about a vision, a pathway. I think if any one person in this city had the perfect answer that have stood in front of us, whacked us all around the head and said, here you go, you dummies, this is what you need to do better. But nobody's come up with it. So I'm going to ask a very similar question. For the issues that we're most likely to be handling over the next 18 months or so, you've got more time to tell me. What do you think? How do you see pathways? How can you help us enable success? Because I see from your career path an execution of task. And I'm not sure how to phrase this appropriately, but surviving 39 years at Chrysler, going through how many bankruptcies and different leadership changes and course directions and what have you, shows a fairly clear ability to navigate complicated situations and survive and thrive, because that's been Detroit's tumultuous story. So, to go back to my original question, we have very forefront issues that are more within our hands. Noise, that's a bigger picture. It involves state level, multiple municipalities. Narrow your focus down to the scope of what we can work on within our 5 square miles. Give me ideas or proposals on how you would try and work with the future.
Wow,
I'm going to ask you the same question, by the way, so I'm assuming you're doing homework right now.
Wow, I have to think about this.
It's not an easy question.
No, it's not an easy question, because there's a lot of issues, they're complicated, but, I can go to issues like our infrastructure, but, we have a plan. I think the biggest issue with infrastructure is determining how we spend to support it, and so that, I don't think that's what you're looking for. Is it something like the community house? The fact
No,
that...
what I'm trying to look for, I guess this is sort of the partial answer. As I said, no one person is going to sit here and stick a piece of paper down on the table and go, this is the pathway. What I'm looking for is a mindset of how we go to execution. The mayor said right at the very beginning of his tenure, and I said this to him the other day, he wants to drive efficiency. And I'm on board with driving efficiency. But to me, that drives in everything and not just this particular meeting format. That's the entire execution. I work for a very bureaucratic company, and interestingly, I had a meeting with a director today about this exact same subject, about how we can be more efficient with what we have. That, you touched on that with how do we do more with what we have. I'm looking for how we, as a whole, enable efficiency of execution in everything that we do. Absolutely everything. Now, that's a conversation we need to have with the city manager about how we can look at that in the future, and that's maybe broaching a little early, but this has sort of precipitated it happening earlier in my mind. Sorry, Jana, but we do need to have a separate conversation. But I'm looking for, how would you try and bring experience from execution to help us execute better? Because I will put my hand up and say, I don't think I or the rest of us are executing to the best of our abilities. I don't think any of us are. and I look at all of us sitting up here in that as well. We're not doing a bad job, but I think we could do better. So I'm looking for guidance on how you feel we could all do better together.
Wow.
If you have them, and I said, it's a complex question.
Well, and I have to be honest, I have a lot of experience with process improvement and merging organizations and looking for the most efficient and effective way to run a business. So it's getting down to understanding how you're doing things now, where the problems are, finding the pressure points, if you will, and addressing those, looking for solutions that alleviate those pressure points or roadblocks, if you will, to the efficiency. Sometimes it's maybe it's availability of data, maybe it's unclear decision making, maybe it's unclear responsibilities. In the past, I merged our operations in Europe. So when we merged with Daimler, we took a very decentralized organization, and our decentralized was Chrysler, and centralized was Daimler, and we put those together. And we had to merge the operations in all these countries. Primarily, I was working in Europe, but eventually we did that in every country. And it's a matter of you literally just start listing what your processes are. Who does what and when. What is the most efficient, what isn't? Is there system capabilities we don't have? Is it people? Is it staffing? We would call them a gap analysis. Where are we now and where do we want to be? And I think that's the starting point, and it's an objective way of looking at how do you want to improve things, right? It's the start. You can't know where to go unless you know where you are and where your problems are. So I think I have that kind of experience. I think that's how I would approach a problem. Specifically, that's to efficiencies and operations, but I think you can apply it to almost any activity that we're involved in, I guess to keep things short, I think that's probably the start I would have and the best way I would approach it.
All right.
Thank you. I hope, I know that was probably more or harder or whatever, but appreciate it.
That's all right. Thank you. I appreciate the chance to talk, so it's good. Thank you.
I do not demand equal time.
Don't worry, we'll give it to you.
You can stay, you can come over here. You don't have to, no, but it's
Wherever you're
sometimes
comfiest, they both
people
work.
are more comfortable putting their arms up and,
Excellent.
whatever.
Great.
So, well, I will ask again if anyone has any questions for Ms. Horner. If not, I would ask you similar questions if you need me to repeat them.
I do. It was a long conversation.
Okay,
But not
there were
just the
essentially
question part.
two approaches. There were two approaches. I think you used the term, the commission resume, as if the commission has a resume, and you will be adding to it. You're not an attorney. We've lost an attorney, but you are something. And the knowledge and skills that you would bring to us to help us, to make us and Birmingham better. So that was the first part. The second part was, what, if any, agenda do you have for the city, not for yourself, but for the city?
Okay, so in terms of my resume and how I add to the commission, I think one of the things that I talked a little bit about in reaction to Andrew's earlier question earlier today is I have this broad scope of information and data and knowledge and experience with what other local governments are doing across the state and across our region. So I think that one of the things that I'm going to be able to bring to the commission is this perspective of benchmarking and understanding of other people's approaches to how they've grappled with some of the similar problems that we face in Birmingham. And so to the extent that I'm going to be able to bring in some of the opportunities that other places have sought, some perspectives from other kinds of elected officials, data from other communities like ours, I think those are all things that I'm going to be able to add to the commission. In addition, I think as I think Kevin said when he was leading off, or you did, I have spent a lot of time thinking about what municipal governments do, right? What can we do? What's within the scope of our range? How can we do it? How can we pay for it? What are our resources? What kind of resource do we need the state to help us with? And how can we lobby for those? So I have, in political science, local government is really the last and the least, right? People don't necessarily study and care about local government. I care about local government. I care about good governance. I care about how local governments take care of their communities. And so I bring that perspective of my years of study about how can we, as a city, do better in a lot of ways, not just kind of in our economic efficiencies, although that's a very important part, but also in our outreach to citizens. And so I'm going to pivot for a second and talk a little bit about Andrew's question, which is how do we do better to meet the moment that we have? I think a lot of it comes back to our residents. I think a lot of the challenges that we face, whether it's with the 400 Lincoln building or the community house or our infrastructure spending or things like that, has a lot to do with what we're going to ask of the residents, whether they're going to support us in our decisions and what they want to see. And we will get buy-in, we will do better if we both understand them, and that's what the survey is going to help us do, but then also if we gain their trust. And if they trust us to be good decision makers, they're going to be willing to agree to different kinds of funding mechanisms for infrastructure payment. They're going to commit to backing us when we make decisions that might be unpopular and that we have to make. So I think that a lot of the efficiencies and effectiveness that we can develop can come from not having to fight with the residents as much, or not having to argue as much, or understanding what they want and being able to deliver it more quickly by collaborating and understand them. So there's a lot of kind of specific things that we can do programmatically to be more efficient, more effective, less waste, better use of taxpayer dollars. But I think a lot of it comes down to, can we ask taxpayers for a bond or a special assessment or hopefully not a millage, to pay for things that we need the city to pay for. We have crumbling infrastructure. We have buildings that need attention. We have roads that need, some roads that need attention as well. We have sewer and water that has 100 years old in the city that needs attention. Some of those are not glamorous. We're going to the citizens and saying, you need a new roof, you need a new furnace in your house. Those aren't fun renovations to make, right? But so I think one of the ways that we can really improve our own policymaking at the council level is to, kind of really work on our resident buy-in for some of these programs. A lot of that is communication, it's outreach. I know I've spoken to all of you about how much time you spend in the community talking to residents. And so it's that kind of, fostering that kind of atmosphere where we're very approachable, and then the citizens are going to trust us to make decisions we need to. So I think that's a little bit of my vision about how we can improve the great things that we're already doing in terms of the board. In terms of kind of more my specific leadership vision of what should we be doing, a lot of it's going to come out of the sustainability work that we've done on the Sustainability Committee. I think a lot of the work we're doing on the sustainability infiltrates into a lot of policymaking. It infiltrates into how we make decisions about infrastructure. It's going to definitely impact how we deal with the ordinance update next year, when we start thinking about how we streamline planning and permitting and some of the things that we do. Sustainability can be in there. I think the master plan kind of directs us to do that. Sustainability is a big chunk of it, and it shows the ways in which we foster trees, we foster parks, we develop the rouge, we do these things that aren't just because we want to be green, but because by encouraging residents to do permeable pavement or stormwater retention, we actually protect our sewers, right? So there's a lot of ways in which the sustainability work that I think is crucial to the city also allows us to do really good work in some of the other infrastructure and amenities sections that we also want to pursue. So for me, it's finding the ways to which to marry the sustainability goals of being green, being less carbon emissions, some of the other, air quality and water quality, marrying those to some of our other objectives like quality of life and parks and recreation and infrastructure repair. So those are, I think I answered those in not in order, but that's kind of the things I've been thinking about as we've been sitting here tonight.
Sure.
You know, early in your discussion, Deborah, I'm wondering, were you alluding that we should have a bond that would pay for things that we can't do out of the budget?
In terms of kind of long-term infrastructure investment?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I've only started looking at expenditures and how much money we have versus how much is demanded by our infrastructure currently. But I think there are lots of different ways in which communities approach these kind of balance between a special assessment, a community-wide bond, community-wide millage, targeted approaches. Look, I really strongly believe that there is state-level funding through the rotating water fund and other funds that are out there that I see local governments leaving on the table all the time. Now, that's not to say that you guys are not pursuing grant funding. I know you are. I know Nick is. But I think that from what I've seen at the state level, when Eagle will talk or when DHS will talk about grants, that why is no one applying for this grant? A lot of times my response is, well, the city's very busy. They don't have the resources to do it, but the grant money is often out there to support us in some of the larger scale expenditures we may want to make. And so what I'd like to do is think about how we can marry kind of our own budget outlays, what capacity we have here in the city to spend money with what other external money we can bring in to maybe to match that. So I'm not necessarily saying I would support one particular funding mechanism over another, but I do think we do need to look at some long-term investments that maybe have been deferred over time with our kind of main infrastructure, roads and sewer, the things that our residents do really care about. And we hear about it when they talk about their flooding, or we hear about it when they talk about the roads.
So I don't know quite how to ask this question, so I'm just going to wing it.
Good, I'll wing my answer.
Anthony Long is I'll try to do it this way. Anthony Long is an attorney. He brought the knowledge and skills of an attorney to here. But he didn't really bring Howard and Howard into the room, I don't think. I mean, whatever he was working on as an attorney, he was working on, and it was just his skills and knowledge that was contributed. I wonder to what extent you could or would bring something even more than your skills and knowledge, but your actual day-to-day work in what you do and the stuff that's coming past you every day, so that it's actually like sort of a supercharge. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Sure.
Right. But I don't know. I could be dreaming.
Right. No, I work in an office every day where there are people talking about policy improvement. That's kind of our job, is to think about how we can do better with policies, and then whether that's bureaucracy or whether that's AI and technology. There's all of the minds at the University of Michigan are discussing these topics within my school. And then I'm also plugged into things like the National League of Cities, or ICMA, or MML, which is the Michigan Municipal League, Michigan Township Association, the Counties Association. So all of these people who are really thinking a lot about alternatives to policies, new ways of grappling with the same questions that we're all asking. So yes, I swim in that water.
So it's fair to say that we get more than just Deborah Horner.
I've got U of M on my back, yes. I mean.
And what does your office look like? What does your...
Well, 4 days a week, it's my couch with my dogs.
No, that's not what I meant. I meant the organization. You say you work with people. How many people do you work with? I'm not saying that you're going to go in and start putting these people to work on Birmingham's problems. Although that isn't such a bad idea. But, give us some sense.
So specifically, my job is to run a survey research program. My survey research program looks at 856 counties, cities, villages, and townships across the state of Michigan. I interact with the mayor and the city manager. I interact with the township supervisor and the clerk. I gather their opinions. They get back to me. They tell me we're a republic, not a democracy. When I'm asking questions about democracy, they tell me that I don't understand their problems. And we have a nice conversation. It's great. That is my job. I have, however, at my little center, my research center for local, state, and urban policy, the other main flagship research program is about fiscal health. It's specifically about how local governments can preserve their fiscal health. So so that's not necessarily what I'm in charge of, but that's what my colleagues are working on. Is doing outreach specifically. Now, right now, we're doing a lot of work with rural governments because they really need a lot of help. They don't have as much capacity as Birmingham. They don't have professional staff. They don't have as much, a larger budget. So we're doing a lot of work with them to try to give them the capacity, external capacity that we can. But that is kind of one of the things we're doing. I don't know if you guys have heard about this, but we've developed a tool for XBRL, which allows the state to download F-65 reports that are currently in PDF form and turn it into data that residents can see. So it's a transparency project about fiscal health, local government fiscal health. So that's some of the things that we're doing, kind of like consulting on fiscal health, and then also kind of developing tools for the state to use to make fiscal health more transparent. So yes, I have colleagues who are really working on specific things for local governments. I have colleagues down the hall who are working at the Center for Technology, and I'm going to not remember their acronym. But anyway, it's about how governments in general, not just local governments, develop new technologies. So we consulted with them when we did our survey back in '24 about policing, because we really wanted to know more about the use of drones, like we were talking about tonight, the use of predictive technologies for policing, the use of simple technology like body cams or dash cams and things like that, how we can understand how those kinds of things are beneficial for local governments, if the investment is worthwhile, what kind of places, what kind of jurisdictions are adopting different kinds of new technologies. So I'm working with those people who are specifically looking at local government technology. They've put out a pamphlet about AI use. They've put out a pamphlet about all kinds of different suggestions for local governments and what we should do. Those people are down the hall. Another colleague of mine is working in the Graham Sustainability Institute, and she's doing, her whole center is called Empowered Communities, and she's working with Michigan communities on solar and wind and how they can bring energy efficiency into their municipal buildings, things like that. So yes, I have a cadre of people who I work with who are thinking about all of these things that we're thinking about here in this room, but doing it at the statewide level or even at the national level.
Thanks. I want to try to wrap it up pretty soon, but go ahead, Commissioner Haig.
So I think I got one question. Well, actually two questions. So the first one, what stops you from sending this information to Janet anyway?
Oh, I do. She sees my emails all the time.
All right. So technically there's no incremental benefit. The second one, well, if we get it already, we're kind of getting it anyway. The second one I'm more worried about. What you're proposing with the position is to act as a policymaker in the field that you influence throughout the state by helping craft policies. So the first thing that came to my mind there, and if this was at work, I'll be calling our compliance attorneys and saying, where's the conflict of interest? Because I can see where you being influential in all of these other fields could either force your recusal from all of those fields for you at work, which would be crippling at work, or it forces a potential recusal here because you may have access to information from other areas that we do not normally have, that we would not be able to normally get under open communications. Or you may be viewed as being the conduit to a potential bias, either to or for, actually. It could work against us or work for us for any potential grants, because I'm expressing it right, but yeah, I'm just worried about that because it's hitting my head really hard the more you explain what you do.
So thank you for asking. I have already confirmed with my policy school that I am allowed to serve on an elected board. So in terms of the University of Michigan's concerns around conflict of interest, they are not concerned about me serving here and also being a faculty member at the University of Michigan or a researcher at the University of Michigan. I have, again, one of my friends who is in the same friend who's in Graham Sustainability Institute is on Ann Arbor's Planning Commission.
Okay,
So,
let me just stop you
yeah.
because we got it.
I know, I'm sorry, yeah. And I
So
was going to get there.
so you answered the question for U of M.
Right.
Does the city have any problem?
I'm not seeing a conflict of interest. If there was something that was of particular interest or any time that there's something that would, any specific instance, we would discuss whether a conflict occurs. Many of you call me and say, here's the issue, do I have a conflict of interest? And I say yay or nay. So that's how we would handle it. As a broad scope, just because one has knowledge about other communities doesn't create a conflict of interest in serving as a commissioner.
Okay. Are you satisfied with the answers? I mean,
she's got an opinion from her own attorneys, which helps a lot.
Okay, good.
I can still see some questions.
Any other questions? Yeah. Sure.
So I wrote this down while you were talking, so I apologize. I'll try to make it as coherent as possible. You brought up environmental sustainability. All budgets are under pressure everywhere. Your first opportunity, should you be appointed to work with us, will be on April 25th when we're talking about budgets.
Right.
If you're forced to make a decision in that meeting between a popular sustainability initiative versus a critical road repair, how would you make the call and how would you explain it to our residents?
So hypothetically, there's a pot of money and it could go to either. We have to decide we're either going to spend that money this way or over here on this program. I think I would weigh the costs and benefits. I would see and look at our resident survey. And I think there's a lot of support for sustainability across the city, but I think there's a lot of support for fixing our roads too. So I don't think that I'm going to necessarily die on the hill of sustainability to the exclusion of other good policy, right? There's definitely, every dollar spent has meaning. And so it's not necessarily that I would say, we're only going to spend things on sustainability. Now, I think there's actually opportunities to build sustainability into a lot of programs. It might not be the same as if we spent $1 million on electrifying our city's cars or some, large-scale project. But I also think that our sustainability plan is very much an incremental plan. We have goals that are set forward to 2030 and 2050, and we're going to be working towards those goals. We're going to be trying to implement as many of the laundry lists of items that we're trying to produce that will all come together to achieve sustainable goals and be greener as a city. If we sacrifice one to meet other goals that are important as well, we'll continue to make the incremental progress on sustainability. So I don't necessarily think it's like you got to do sustainability today or never. I think it's definitely an incremental process. It's a rolling process. It's a goal that we have. It's a goal in our master plan, and we can build it into so many other programs that just kind of gradually get us to where we want to go.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. I want to give the public an opportunity. If anyone wants to speak, I'll give you a minute. If nobody online or in the room has a comment.
You got one in the room.
You're using your minute.
I'm coming up for some more pretzels.
I ate them.
But we have peanuts. No, come on, really. We're
All right,
keeping
really quick question. So Commissioner Baller, you went.
Mayor
Baller. My apologies. That was not intended. You asked some very tough questions to the first candidate about whether she would be a leader and what's her vision and what are her top issues and what she would do, what she sees she could do and bring to the table. And you had a very nice question with Ms. Horner. I didn't feel that she was asked the same question or challenged in the same way. And would you want to ask her that question and talk about leadership and driving things and what her top issues are, like the first candidate. That's my comment, question.
Thank you. The answer is it's 5 to 11. We need to move along. I'm satisfied what I heard from both applicants, and I think it's time to vote on each nomination in the order they were nominated. Is that, if I'm doing anything wrong?
Shouldn't we be commenting about the candidates?
Yes, sure, absolutely, absolutely. I'm sorry, you're absolutely right.
By the way, I think it was just pointed out, you had biased questions with the first interviewer versus the second, okay?
Your choice.
I just thought I'd start with that. We have great problems here which need solutions, and I've made some notes here. Deborah's vitae is very impressive. She's making observations, comments, writing papers, doing theories. I feel that's not what we need. I don't think she aligns with our role here. Let me start with, we have major problems: infrastructure, the YMCA building, the community house, STRs, roads, and if I may digress for a moment, we get a letter from J.R. Ricolta about Baldwin Court that hasn't been resurfaced since 2005. I hope he was mistaken, but, that's a good 21 years. And then the last item that's very important is the Woodward noise. All these are vital issues, and I think our role is to make decisions where we spend our taxpayers' hard-earned money wisely. And I think Mary J. brings practical, tested, 39 years worth of collaborating with other people to get things done. And even more importantly, she's had to live with those decisions for 39 years. I don't see Deborah as having decision-making in her wheelhouse. I'm more into, I think our voters, our constituents demand results, and we need less talk and more action, less policy per se, more action and implementation. So I'm not going to vote for Deborah. I'm voting for Mary.
Commissioner Long.
I'm going to respectfully disagree with Commissioner Host. I think that both candidates are excellent. I think that Mary J. has all the attributes that Commissioner Host enumerated. However, we're not hiring a CEO who makes decisions singularly or unilaterally. So all of us who are on this commission make decisions, and we all have experience in making decisions, and we all work together because you have to have at least 3 friends to get anything done. I also think about what we can get that adds to the commission as far as skill sets, and again, why Mary J. has wonderful 39-year experience. I see her as duplicating the skill set that Commissioner Haig has about data analysis and gap analysis, and the experience that Bill Kolb has as an executive and a sales and marketing advertising background. I am going to disagree and to say that I don't think we need less policy. I think we need more policy. My concern is that if you talk about building trust, one of the criticisms we get from the community is that we look at everything as a one-off, and we don't have overarching policies, especially in how we're going to pay for roads. I think that at this point in the city's evolution, we are either a very big small town or a small big town, but we have constraints We have constraints that this is a volunteer position. We have constraints with FTEs and staff. And while Deborah Horner may be sending emails to the city manager, Ecker, with information or notification that here's a grant opportunity or here's a new policy, we struggle with doing useful things with that information because of the constraints with city staff and the constraints on this commission. So I don't disagree that Mary J. would make great decisions. My concern is great decisions based on what? And what excites me about Deborah Horner is that this is what she does for a living, so the overlap is wonderful. I am interested in making decisions based on best practices and learning how to do policy making. We all know that we need to develop policies about how we're going to pay for infrastructure and how we're going to improve our roads. I want to know, without having the city manager have an earned intern or an ACM call 6 communities and say, hey, what are you guys doing? Somebody who can bring to the table, what are the best practices? What are the policies? We do a terrible job of applying for grants because, hey, we're Birmingham and nobody thinks we need the money, but maybe somebody who knows what's out there that's not being touched and can tell us how to position ourselves would be helpful. So I think that we are absolutely missing a bet by not, if we don't bring Deborah Horner on as the next commissioner, because she does not duplicate the experience that we already have. I have no doubt that she is a good decision maker, but she's one of 7. That is not the primary criterion, is to somebody who can just make hard decisions, because one of 7, and she will listen and learn from the rest of us and give us her knowledge about best practices, about what other communities are doing, what solutions are out there that we don't know about, because we tend to, frankly, operate in a bit of a bubble. That's just the nature of who we are. We have a lot of people who we've all lived here all of our lives. We have a lot of staff who've worked here for a very long time. It's kind of hard to get fresh air in the window and to really be on top of what policies, trends, best practices, benchmarking, data analysis is for the issues we have to solve. So I will be, advocating for Deborah Horner because I think it's absolutely additive and it's what we need at this point in our evolution as a community and as a commission.
Thank you.
Two very strong candidates. Very strong. I do feel that both bring an awful lot of different qualities to the table. I do also feel that we, in our bubble, which is true, we have a very precious bubble. We don't understand the bigger picture of economics as well as we need to. And a lot of what we've been doing is looking to spend money to fix problems. But the thing that I hear the majority of residents saying to me is, I'm done paying vast amounts of money in some cases every year, and what do I get out of it? I mean, we talked about with the historic district, we have these houses, a developer buys it, outbids somebody else and can sell it. So one of my co-workers lives out Macomb Township way. He has a house that probably cost him half the amount the same house would cost here. So what creates the value that Birmingham has that means we can charge people that much more money? He laughs at me at how much money I pay in taxes compared to him. It's absolutely ridiculous what the comparison is. And so for the longest time, there's been a perception that we can afford to do everything. Well, the reality is we can't anymore. We see that with the expenditures that we have, and so I'm much more into efficiency, savings, and maximizing spending of very, very limited resources. And I am a little concerned. So it's difficult to say it this way. Sustainability will go by the wayside when money gets tight. And I say that as a parent of 2 small children, and we're looking at another parent of 2 small children, and both of us got a long way for our kids to go, even for all the other parents here. We got much younger kids, so we need to do it for them. But if I got $10 to spend and $11 is asked of me to fix the infrastructure that keeps my Maslow's hierarchy intact, and then someone wants to spend another $5 because it might be fancy and ecologically sound, I'm already $1 over budget. And that's where we sit right now. So I'm more into execution of efficiency. And I look in the mirror with that because that's what I'm supposed to do as a day job, and I've felt really challenged with it in this position ever since I got here. And Tom Marcus said to me, I think it was the first week I got here, and then he repeated it to me almost every week for about 6 months until he hammered it home. We don't move fast here. You've got to get used to a total different speed and a different bureaucracy level. Well, that doesn't make it right. I think we need to act more effectively and efficiently. And again, I look in the mirror when I throw that stone inside my glass house. So based on that, I want to go for a do and less theory. But I think I've said that for years anyway.
I'm not sure I understand are you expressing support for one or the other candidate?
That's what I'm looking for from a candidate. And yeah, if I had to pick one, Mary J gives more of a do than Deborah Horner, but Deborah Horner brings an awful lot of other qualities as well. So it's a very difficult decision, but I really want to go over execution now. I'm tired of talk. I want to execute. I feel we lack execution efficiency, but that's just my opinion, and as one of 6 sitting up here, I'm allowed it.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just trying to understand what the opinion is.
Kevin,
Mr. Kozlowski.
Thank you. So I'm a little bit, so I will echo what Commissioner Haig and Commissioner Long said. I don't think I have a bad word to say about Mary J. I think she's great. I think we are very lucky to have her serving on one of our boards, and we're very lucky that she is interested in serving on this board. The criticisms of Deborah Horner I find completely baffling. The idea that she doesn't collaborate or doesn't have to live with her decisions, I don't even think I know what that means, and I don't think you have any real basis to say that. I mean, it just completely eludes me what that is even saying. And this idea that what we should be doing is focusing on execution. I guess I'm not exactly sure what you think we're going to be executing on. I feel like what you're saying is, well, we need to look at the budget. And Deborah Horner has lots of experience looking at municipal budgets. She works with a lot of people who do it all the time. And I'm sure Mary J. knows a lot about finance and will be helpful there too, from a corporate context. But we have other people who also have experience looking at corporate finance. None of these people are going to be out actually paving roads. They're not going to be out rebuilding the parks. We are a policy-making body, and we have before us somebody who has spent their life researching municipal policy. I just feel like the line doesn't get any straighter than that. So I will be supporting Deborah Horner.
I'll support Mary J.
You have nothing more to say?
Nope. I think
Okay, I think I can't make you speak, but as a commissioner who was elected by the community, it's my opinion that we all need to speak, and I'm really sorry. It's just late. I said I wanted to take it slow. I almost went to ask for a vote before we got to talk. But we each have a responsibility to the candidates, to each other, and to the community to explain our vote. And I have to say that I agree. I'm not sure I understand if you explained how you're voting. I still don't know, but maybe that's part of what's going on. I agree about what they say about you're a great candidate in any other circumstance. This person is a gift from above. I don't know any other way to say it. We're getting not only her, we're getting U of M. I don't know, maybe you guys are state fans or something. But that's all I have to say. Everything's been said. It is crystal clear to me that Deborah Horner can contribute to this city, not just the commission, the entire city, the administration. I don't know, maybe you're afraid of her. I don't know. I don't know what it is. But I will be supporting Deborah.
I'm not sure what you're trying to edit.
Even his phone doesn't understand.
And I put it on.
If I may make one more comment, I understand Commissioner Hagg's interest in efficiency and budgeting. I will repeat that Deborah Horner has a research project on financial health of municipalities, which I think would be immensely helpful to us. I understand a doer and an executor. And we do, and we execute. The question is are we doing and executing on the best information? And I would have to say sometimes no. We are winging it sometimes. We are one-offing it sometimes. The Shirley, the Arlington, the Wimbledon, we have no problem making decisions, doing and executing here, but we are not doing it in the best context with the best information and with the benefit of understanding how other communities have looked at these problems and the solutions that they have arrived at. I think we could be doing better doing and executing if we had the benefit of that context and that information that we frankly don't have access to, and that city staff has such limited bandwidth that they don't have the time to have that, or the background to have that global perspective that she would bring. So I agree with doing and executing, but I want to do it based on better context, better information, more knowledge about best practices, and more knowledge about what solutions may already be out there, or approaches or policies that we don't know about.
Okay. No? Let's move to a vote. The first nomination was Deborah Horner. So do we want to do it by roll call, please?
Commissioner Therese Long.
Yes.
Commissioner Haig.
No.
Commissioner Kozowski.
Yes.
Commissioner Host.
No.
Mayor Ballard.
Yes.
Commissioner Cole.
No. Okay, we have a 3-3 vote. That's a tie. We're going to try this again. We'll try it maybe 3 times. If anybody wants to take a break, we can take a break. If you don't do it tonight, then it's going to move to the next meeting. We have 30 days to execute this decision. I personally, if anybody wants to make a comment, I'm going to tell you, I am absolutely firm. I'm not budging. Sir.
Well, I'm absolutely firm because one of our candidates is a policy researcher. The other candidate is a decision maker basing everything on data and not hypothesis.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Any other comments? Let's do another roll call.
Would you want to have a vote on Mary J?
Oh, I'm sorry.
We need
Yeah,
to.
let's, yes, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Do a roll call on Mary J.
Mayor Ballard.
No.
Commissioner Cole.
Yes.
Commissioner Therese Long.
No.
Commissioner Kozowski.
No.
Commissioner Host.
Yes.
Commissioner Haig.
Yes.
What?
Yes.
I know it's late. Okay.
We still got a bunch of other stuff to do as
Okay,
well.
now, does anybody want to take a break? It's 11:15. Let's go again on Ms. Horner, please.
Commissioner Host,
No.
Commissioner Haig,
No.
Commissioner Kolb,
No?
Commissioner Long, Therese Long,
Yes.
Mayor Ballard,
Yes.
Commissioner Kozowski.
Yes.
Okay, I don't see anybody budging. Commissioner Haig, I see you as the potential person to change his vote. If you tell me right now you're not changing your vote, Commissioner Kolb, you have not, he's already said he's not changing his vote. So I don't want to waste any more time up here. If neither of you are changing your vote, we might as well just move along.
Not tonight.
Okay, so we're not going to do that. Excuse me? Do we need to take public comment?
You already asked for
Clerk
it.
asks. I think we had public comment prior. We don't need
Yeah, I
public
think you
comment
did
at this
before the-
point.
before
We are at a dead end for tonight. That means we're also at a dead end with regard to the appointment of Mayor Pro Tem to fulfill the rest of Commissioner Long's term. That, in my opinion, would require a full commission. So we need a temporary Mayor Pro Tem. Yeah.
I think you should put a motion to adjourn this topic to the
Okay.
next meeting.
I need a motion to adjourn the topic of the selection, appointment of a new city commissioner to the next meeting.
I'd like to make a motion to adjourn the appointment of a new city commissioner to the next meeting.
Second.
All those in favor?
Yes.
Comment on the motion?
Comment on the motion.
Yes. What would happen, David Bloom, Birmingham resident, what would happen if Mayor Ballard walked out of here tonight and got hit by lightning? Who would be mayor? You're not meeting again for another 2 weeks.
All right, we're about to appoint a temporary Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah,
Okay?
I think
Thank
you need a temporary mayor, I think you need a temporary mayor pro tem.
Thank you. We appreciate the input.
Just as a point of order, Mayor, you don't have to take public comment
Okay.
on every motion.
All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Now, we need a temporary Mayor Pro Tem. I'm going to exercise mayoral privilege and nominate Therese Long to be temporary Mayor Pro Tem, at least until our next meeting. At what point in our next meeting will this be taken up, may I ask? More or less?
It actually won't be at the next meeting because the next meeting is the budget hearing.
Oh, the next regular meeting.
The next regular meeting would be the 25th. We can put it on.
27.
It would be
Unfinished
unfinished
business.
business, so it would come up early. So there's a nomination. If anyone else wants to make a nomination for mayor,
Yes.
temporary Mayor Pro Tem,
I'd like to nominate Commissioner Haig as temporary pro tem.
okay. My only comment on the motion is that she's sitting next to me. We won't have to play musical chairs, and she has a
second the
lot of
motion.
example.
So that's the only reason?
What motion? There's a nomination.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're going to take a vote on the nomination of Therese Long as temporary Mayor Pro Tem. All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Opposed? Thank you. Approved. We move on to, I'm very sorry. We're going to skip. We don't need to we don't need to make a motion or anything on skipping appointments to the retirement board and all that, right? We'll just do that later. I need quickly resolutions to meet in closed session. There's 3. Take one. Give me one,
All right.
please.
I move to resolve to meet in closed session pursuant to MCL 15.268, Section 8(1)D of the Open Meetings Act to consider the purchase or lease of real property up to the time an option to purchase or lease that real property is obtained.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Commissioner Host,
Yes.
Mayor Ballard,
Yes.
Commissioner Kolb,
Yes.
Commissioner Kozowski.
Yes.
Commissioner Haig,
Recused.
Commissioner Therese Long.
Yes.
Go ahead.
I'd like to make the motion under item H, resolution to meet in closed session pursuant to MCL 15.268, Section 8(1)E of the Open Meetings Act to discuss pending litigation entitled The City of Birmingham versus the Community House Association, Birmingham, Michigan, Oakland County Circuit/Business Court, case number 2025-219218, CB Honorable Michael Warren.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Commissioner Therese Long.
Yes.
Mayor Ballard,
Yes.
Commissioner Kolb,
Yes.
Commissioner Kozowski.
Yes.
Commissioner Host,
Yes.
Commissioner Haig's recused.
Commissioner Kolb, could I get a resolution on letter I, please?
I'd like to make a resolution to meet in closed session pursuant to MCL 15.268, Section 8, open paren 1, close paren, open paren E, close paren, of the Open Meetings Act to discuss pending litigation entitled Paul Wells versus City of Birmingham et al., U.S. District Court, Eastern District of Michigan, court case number 225-CV-13640-TGB-APP.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Commissioner Kozowski,
Yes.
Commissioner Therese Long.
Yes.
Mayor Ballard,
Yes.
Commissioner Host,
Yes.
Commissioner Ford.
Yes.
I can be in that one.
Congratulations.
Yeah, I didn't get my name called, though.
Oh,
Oh,
Commissioner Haig.
Yes.
item J, commission items for future discussion. Anyone?
Well, it would actually be prior discussion, the next one.
Okay, well then, you can raise your hand on the next one. Are you raising your hand on this one?
No.
Okay. Does anybody have anything for future discussion? I'd like to ask that we discuss flock.
Well, I was going to do two of them, and I want to compliment you, Mr. Mayor, for taking care of the STRs right at the beginning of the meeting. Thank you. But I have one other.
Wait, hold on. We have commission items for future discussion, and I raised flock cameras. That's all I need to say. Does anybody have a comment on that?
Second.
A tad more quantification. Cameras, drones, they're two different subjects.
I just want a report from the city on everything regarding what we're doing with flock cameras.
Okay,
Okay?
thank you for the quantification.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None. Okay, good, great, thanks. Commission discussion on items from a prior meeting. We have none. There are none on the agenda. Is there something you're thinking you could add to the agenda?
I would like to, yes.
What?
At this point in our discussions regarding the future of the YMCA building, there's a need for us to look at this urgently. Like our public roads, our golf courses, our parks, our parking decks, our public buildings, 400 East Lincoln is an asset 100% of our taxpayers own. And they expect us to be responsible stewards of those assets financially and operationally. Here's where we are. We know the space allocation, timing, and expense of next. We'll call that phase one. The building does not have an ADA acceptable elevator to accommodate second floor tenants, leaving everything other than the basement except essentially unusable. Beginning in September, the YMCA will be gone, and the taxpayers who own 100% of this building will be paying for at least 9 months 100% of the expenses on this building. In June 2027, Next will come in and pay their portion of the expenses, leaving the taxpayers with the bulk of the expenses of the building. Here's what I'm suggesting. Let's form an immediate an emergency, just like the STR's task force of city staff and commissioners to decide what we want 400 East Lincoln to be. Let's get back to the plan for the facility to be a community center and define what that means and what it requires. Let's do that now so that the needed renovations can happen simultaneously as we move next in with their construction. And obviously, we could start with adding an ADA elevator. The time is now, not a year from now when Next moves in, and 2/3 of our asset being unused or mothballed is an expensive building serving only 4% of our population, and 100% own it, namely 96% aren't in on it. I volunteer to be on that task force. A community center was the original vision we had when we bought the property. We can turn 400 East Lincoln into an asset that 100% of our taxpayers can use and enjoy.
Wait, could you put that under commissioner comments where it's more appropriate? Thank you. One correction, when we bought the building, it was for Next. There was no idea of a community center. That came later. But other than that, you're entitled to your comments. We are on
Communication.
removed from consent agenda. We already covered that. Communications. I want to call the community's attention to a letter in the packet from Parrish Underwood, President and CEO of the YMCA, once again affirming the YMCA's desire to exit and inability to economically continue there. We had several communications regarding 400 East Lincoln, the Community House, ICE, and Oak Boulevard, and the resident survey. We have any commissioner reports? We have a notice of intent to appoint to the Historic District Study Committee. We had one commissioner comment. Do we have any other commissioner comments? Thank goodness. We have advisory board committees, commission reports, legislation, city staff. The 2025 Birmingham Police Department annual report is included in our packet and probably posted on the city's website under the police page as well, correct? Probably, maybe?
If it isn't today, it will be tomorrow.
Excellent. And that's it. We will now go into closed session.
Excuse me, I'm sorry.
That's fine.
It is 11:27, according to the ordinance, section 229. City Commission meeting shall be held in the Commission Room of City Hall commencing at 7 p.m. and ending no later than 12 a.m., with the option of a majority vote of the Commission to extend past midnight in 30-minute increments. I have every reason to believe we will not be done at midnight, so we may want to undertake that motion now to extend the 30 minutes until 12:30.
Or 1 in the morning. Sure.
I would like to make a motion to extend the meeting past midnight to a minimum of 12:30, and if it goes to 1 a.m., so be it.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? No. Thank you. We're going to adjourn. Are we recording?
Yes,
Okay,
we've returned from closed.
gotcha. We've returned from a closed session, and I have nothing to report, so I need a motion to adjourn.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Adjourn.